Hello everyone, Santier here, and you might notice things are looking a little different on my webcam end. That is because I have switched from the seat I had been using to a different seat that does not stay up, so I am fairly low. Yeah. That is what's going on with that. Hope you all are doing well today. I'm just going to be doing Guild Wars today. I'm going to be taking next week off of streaming because I realized that I need to take a break every now and then, and I'm seeing that this shirt is creating some really interesting lines. So I didn't feel like trying to figure out another game because I finished Axiom Verge last week, so I didn't feel like trying to figure out some other game to be playing. So we're just going to be doing this. I think that'll be good. I might want to start with some side quests. Let's do that. I think I should be able to get one from... Let's go hit up Gates of Kryta and Ithamar. And hopefully things are okay with the position of the microphone. Baldur's the Outfitter does not give us a... Like, his quest gives us 500 experience, and that's it. It's useful to do in so much as it means that as a merchant, it removes an additional click when using his merchant services, which is handy. But I'm hoping this will be better posture. Hey, Mana Guy. Good to see ya. Hello. Hope you're doing well today. I want to try to figure out a better position for the webcam too, because one of the things that I noticed as I've finally gotten around to doing something I've been wanting to do, which is watching the slow playthrough. That's right. Sleeping Wind is very expensive. I'm gonna go change that elite out. But I finally started watching it. I noticed that I'm looking down for... I mean, my chat is on a small secondary screen that's underneath my main monitor. So because of the position of the camera, I'm looking down when I'm looking at chat, in that I don't think it creates the best look. Yeah, let's just go ahead and swap over that. That'll be more useful. So I kind of want to figure out a slightly different position for that. I was experimenting around with that some the other day. And, like, I could actually kind of stick it on top of that smaller screen, but then that, like, creeps up a bit to where it's blocking the upper screen, which is not ideal. Decidedly not ideal. I think after I finish Prophecies, I'm probably going to take this character up in Eye of the North. Oh, man. Anything that makes you miss is really bad as an assassin. I kind of want... So, most of the additional armor sets that I want to get this character are Eye of the North armor sets. I know, I have 2 Shadow Steps on my bar, and I'm not using either of them. I'm just dashing. Well, and that guy died before I could Shadow Step to him. Wish those claps would be a good pickup. That's a Nightfall, obviously. But there's... Getting some of the PvE-only skills is really nice. I especially like Dwarven Headbutt as well, so that's some additional reason to want to go up that way. So, you know, a bunch of reasons to want to go over there. I wish there were some more elite dagger attacks. I think it'd be really nice to have some sort of elite lead attack. Maybe some elite offhands that aren't just really expensive dazed inflictors. There's Ithamar. Rotate that a little bit. I don't know what skill this guy's going to give me, but free skills are free skills, so I'm going to find out. I don't know that I'll have bought it. Axe Twist? Yeah, I don't think I bought Axe Twist. I have Axe Rake. Also, at some point, I want to free myself from the mini pet menace and finally just delete extra mini pets. I have too much inventory space across too many characters being eaten up by minis. So... I'm having a really difficult time getting a dual attack off on these things. There we go. Give me that Axe Twist, thank you. Not enough experience for Sasuke to level up. Yep, that's fine. I'm just going to continue on to Gates of Kryta now. Don't know if this is the best way of getting there. I don't typically go this direction. That's something that I always like, though, when games can give you reasons to traverse through maps in multiple directions. It's, for example, a huge difference between Dark Souls 1 and 2. Dark Souls 1, many of the maps are kind of encourage you to run through them in multiple directions. For example, I think I want to go this way. The Undead Parish has a bunch of different directions that you might want to go through it. Dark Souls 2 is mostly set up to be kind of gone through linearly. Boy, I just got wrecked by Pricey Failure. But because of that, sort of whenever an area is whenever you go through an area a different way, it suddenly feels different in my experience. And that's influenced by sort of the entry points you have and why you might want to go from one entry point to another and whatnot. Like, I always have kind of thought that if you really wanted the Cat Covenant to work well... Maybe I did want to continue that way. Hang on. I think I did want to go that way. If you wanted the Cat Covenant in Dark Souls 1 to work well, you needed to have made the forest more of a thoroughfare and a crossroads that people want to go through to reach a bunch of different places. It's got a little bit of that flair, but not a lot. Very green, but it's a kind of almost a warm green in here. What I'm thinking about is, why does this particular bog feel so different from Latenda Bog in Easton? Because it does feel quite different in my opinion. Little campfire here. And I think part of it is, it's... Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. This sort of green color is different in some sort of subtle but substantial way. Like, I think the other one's a little bit more cool in its colors, and this one's a little bit warmer in its palette. Yeah, Scoundrel's Rise. I think I could have gotten there by going up and around, but this seemed a little bit more direct when I was thinking about it. Well, the arrow doth point this way. Okay, that doesn't bother me. I mean, this absolutely sucks, and I do not want this on me as an assassin, but it's not a snare, which is what the Murgoyles will do. Boy, there's a lot of stuff that makes life suck as an assassin around here, isn't there? Price of failure, spirit shackles. Unfortunately, to get my microphone this close, I had to remount it to the front of my desk in a kind of an awkward spot, and it shoved everything over, and I feel like that's making my hands not exactly sure how to position themselves on my keyboard. I feel like I'm being a little bit sloppier in my button presses is what I'm saying. Okay, there's just going to be a lot of Murgoyles. There's just not going to be a way around that. I kind of want to switch over to Shadow Arts. Do I have... Or not Shadow Arts, Deadly Arts. Do I have... No, I do not. Okay, that would be... the Shadow Step that has a snare stapled to it. I kind of want to potentially be grabbing. And then the putrid explosions go off. Yeah, I get some energy out of that guy. So many Murgoyles. And Murgoyle wave breakers as well. Yeah, you can start seeing the snowy mountains of the Shiver Peaks over there. It's tricky to think about how to make a game, though, like Guild Wars, that doesn't use a bunch... Ooh, scales. That does not use a bunch of, like, cliffs and stuff as line-of-sight breakers on the edges of maps. That's one of the things that's so impressive about Breath of the Wild is you have these enormous open fields. And figuring out how to set stuff up so you can have enormous open fields is kind of tricky. Yeah, I think this is the way I need to go. Because, like, render distances are limited for a reason in games and such. I mean, this game is obviously substantially older than Breath of the Wild. That one just has a very big open Hyrule field, for example. It just stretches way off. And there's still mountains sort of at the edges of stuff and whatever, but it's very, very distant mountains. There's a monk over there warning us about the undead menace that has been happening. It's such a breath of green air when you finally get to Kryta after journeying through the ruins of Ascalon and into over the Shiver Peaks, which are all snow covered, obviously. Do I want to make my way back to Beacon's Perch while I'm here? It doesn't really matter. It's kind of... half a dozen one, whatever the other. I should bring Mox with me. Maybe? No, that doesn't matter here. Yeah, it doesn't matter yet. I was correct in my supposition. Probably not worth the charge, but whatever. Well, I was thinking why I might want to bring Mox with me is because I'm going to need to be going into the falls with the follow-up quests to this one, and the falls has is where you need to take Mox ultimately when you complete his thing, but I don't think you need to bring it there beforehand. I also haven't accepted that quest chain, so you know, there's that. I ain't gonna worry about it none. This quest chains always seemed really long to me, though. It really should probably also be gotten in Henge of Genravi, like a bunch of the Maguma Jungle side quests, all 3 of them. Oh, yeah, I have that primary quest I can do as well. For whatever that's worth. If I have extra mini pets that I do have extra mini pets that I want to get rid of. But if anybody's interested in them, hop on my Discord. I might do a thing where I go through and figure out, okay, what are the ones that I actually want to get rid of. And I'm probably going to have some golds that are duplicates that I don't need, that I may be happy to give away if people are interested, because selling stuff is such a pain in the rear end in this game. Most people are so inundated with mini pets that they hardly need more to worry about. Little spirits of symbiosis. A lot of those around. It's a little bit more difficult to kill 2 healers at once. Think about their ability to mutually support each other. Alright, let's go do some spy work, shall we? Yeah, my party's 50% physical attackers. I actually really like caltrops, though. We need some more interesting elites. I mean, I could always just go with Palm Strike. Or, Shadow Theft is not a bad option. Do I have AoD? No, I don't. I could go capture AoD. AoD being Aura of Displacement. I know I was not super clear on that. A lot of useful filler elites in Nightfall as well. Hope everyone's doing well this week. I'm looking forward to next week I get my second shot of the COVID vaccine. I'm looking forward to that. Ow. And being fully vaccinated. Goes a long way towards making it feel like life can kind of get back to older rhythms. Not normal, because it's not. There's going to be new normal after the pandemic. It's not going to go 100% to the way things were before. Okay, it's not creating too much noise on the mic. These guys are talking about their spy friend in the white mantle, Marcus. Okay, just return to Deep Root. They can do what they want. Yeah, I mean, the pandemic's created its own normal, right? One that many people do not necessarily like for good reason. But yeah, no, it is a question of when does the new normal... When will the new normal be able to start? I will survive. Nope. I am not doing that lengthy quest for that skill. I will survive as a garbage strength skill. Okay, let's just go ahead and Sanctum Cay it up. Yeah, that's not enough to worry about. Processing inventory. But yeah, I mean, that is the question. When does the new normal start? I have to carry a stupid stick. A lot of stuff sounds like it's going to be starting to open up here in Washington State on the 30th. Yeah, it's more the new chair. I'm not 100% happy with it. It is more laid back, very literally. Maybe a little too laid back at the moment. I'd really like to get the camera positioned lower, but I need to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't obscure stuff. I think I'm going to go ahead and do the bonus here. It's extra 1,000 experience, and it's also getting the bonus done. A lot of drakes over here. So where are my drake crusts at? Okay, Restless Spirit. Hey, Towpat. Welcome. Videos pop, they'll make harder content. Yeah. Well, part of it too is they just weren't making complicated bars for some reason. It wasn't really until like Eye of the North that they started to make more interesting skill bars. With like the Char, for example, having more nuanced and complicated skill bars. I don't know why I used that particular shadow step, but here we are. But yeah, I mean, it's one of the things of like, I think you can really craft what's good. Because like so much of the Guild Wars 1 meta is dictated by ArenaNet's decisions. Wait, as I change posture, I need to move the mic. But it's dictated by ArenaNet's decisions and like what skill bars they give the enemies and stuff. Yeah. Most of the time they don't have any defense. Let's be real. Or there's like a bonding or something. Or it's like whirling defense. So much whirling defense. But yeah. But yeah, you can absolutely make, like, dictate what's good by what sort of skill bars you give enemies. But imagine if we, the players, had to fight Soul Twist ritualists. The enemies actually use those for defense. Or if you just walked into an area where there's a bunch of mesmers with Spirit of Pain, or Spiritual Pain. Where it's like, oh, impossible to keep spirits up here. But not a whole lot of AoE otherwise. I think you could do a lot of interesting stuff with the way that you do your enemy builds. And a lot of like what's good can very much so be dictated by that. It's kind of like destroyers feel like degen should be good against them because they have high armor, but then they also gave them inner fire, so degen's actually just not able to overcome inner fire because inner fire heals for 30 HP a second for like 10 seconds. So it's like, what are you supposed to do about that? Stuff to specifically limit how good AoE can be in some scenarios. Yeah. That isn't gonna last that long. Pick up the Scepter of Ore first, then we can go wandering off. Hang on, I need to... adjust things here. Yeah, I mean, it's... trying to figure out how to solve various design difficulties is always a challenge. Because there's always stuff that you kind of want to do, like, or like, I don't know, as you're working on a game and as you're playing it, you'll notice things that are like, oh, this is not doing what I want it to do, or the way that it's being interacted with is not how I intended for this to be interacted with, and trying to figure out what to do about that and how to fix it is like step one, but then you have to actually figure out if your solution actually is a solution. And I think that's one of the things that's a problem a lot of the time in Guild Wars 1 is like, what are you trying to do? And how are you trying to break players out of, say, over-reliance on certain meta builds? Like, is there a way to make Mesway bad, for example, just off of the builds that you're using? And maybe the answer is no, in which case you need to nerf some skills. But one way that you could frankly do it is to have a bunch of like low energy warrior builds. Like a Defy Pain warrior would be really good against Energy Surge. Yeah. AoE's always been a problem for this game. Like, even when they introduced the AI scatter, it allows you to manipulate the AI to make them scatter. But the thing that would do the most good to mitigating AoE spells in Guild Wars 1 would be to make the AI smarter about not stacking up and not clumping and whatnot, because that's what makes AoE strong again in PvE. Like, if you look at PvP, AoE is good, but not anywhere near as good, and that's just because the enemies don't sit on top of players don't sit on top of each other the way the enemies do. So if you can make it so that way the AI doesn't ball up, you would do a lot to mitigate the power of AoE. It'd make a lot of stuff slower and harder, but you would have successfully mitigated the effect of AoE. Oh, excuse me. Good old Dazed. So it's like, where do you... There's different ways of trying to address the problem of AoE is too good. And you can nerf AoE skills, you can try to make stuff against them stronger, you can try to provide AI protection from them, or you can try to address it at other levels of like, okay, if we were actually players, how would we deal with stuff that's a bunch of AoEs? I'm not sure I fully understand what that means. One thing that World of Warcraft did a few years ago is that over a cap, the damage became shared across targets instead of new damage per targets. What does that practically look like? Can you give me an example? Because I don't quite follow. Oh, you know what? I probably left the rest of Spirit way behind. I need to go put it down. First 5, it's the same. What do you mean it's the same? Oh, here comes Restless Spirit. It's 5 targets at R17 fire. It deals 75 damage per tick. After 6 plus hits the damage the 5 would have taken is applied across all targets. Okay, so it divides. So instead of it being take 40 damage, it's everything that hits takes 40 damage divided evenly amongst them. Is that what you mean? Also keeping the same function that it has currently on fewer targets. Okay, so if it's hitting 5 targets, it would do 40 to each. If it hits 6 targets, it would deal 40 over 6 to each.
A sight for sore eyes.
So basically it becomes worse if you are hitting multiple targets. You are at the Vizier, Restless Spirit. Okay, there you are. The Vizier has enabled me to rest. Good. No. Okay, I guess I'm a little confused. $40 per target if below 5 and 200 split over all targets. Oh, okay. It stacks linearly to a limit, and then at that limit, it divides across any more targets. So, if it's hitting 6 plus targets, it will still deal the total amount of damage it would deal if it hit 5 targets, but it's divided evenly across them. So it's going to be diminished per target. So, like, in Guild Wars 2, most AoE skills are limited to hitting 5 targets. So it would be like if instead of limiting it to 5 targets, it limits it to the damage it would deal to 5 targets. Total per tick. Is that what it is? Man, E-management's so bad with this bar. Yeah, it would. Although that is another thing that you could do is to do X damage divided to each target, but then it becomes a very powerful single target spike skill. So, what in Guild Wars 1? There's lots of things that can improve degen. Low HP, high armor targets with Mesmer armor ignoring damage being, or like armor ignoring damage in general being nerfed would make degen good. Or like if foes basically had like a permanent prot spirit, like that sort of thing makes degen better. Frankly, the old Lich's Aura was really good for degen and regen, both. Because it halved your maximum HP, but also halved the damage you took. So you would be able to... You would take half damage from your energy surges with that, but you would take like the degen of Conjure Phantasm would still just apply all the way through. Yeah, so like suffering. That was less effective shadow step there, or less efficient, I should say. Yeah, or like rotting flesh that spreads degen. Rotting flesh is better degen than suffering most of the time. But degen is a pressure mechanic in Guild Wars 1, and pressure mechanics just aren't as strong in PvE as they are in PvP. And like fixing that is, if you want it to fix it anyway, is very difficult. You basically need enemy teams to have better defenses, and fights are just going to go on a lot longer. You want pressure to be good. Oh, I saw Sky leveled up somewhere in there. Didn't even notice. I mean, until just now. I noticed. Here, have some energy storage, I guess. Restless Spirit thanks me. You're welcome, Restless Spirit. Go ahead and have a get knocked down. What knocks down this Restless Spirit? I don't know. The plot. I'm trying to remember. Well, it is a damage over time, yes. Like there's alternative versions. Smoldering Embers works as a damage over time. 29 additional fire damage each second is roughly equivalent to 15 pips of health degen. 14.5, but of course it's typed, so armor factors into it. The thing is, like, it's not an area of effect damage over time, so it can't be run out of. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say with saying that I am attributing function without consideration of design space. Like, damage over times in PvE aren't generally as good as straight up damage unless they're high, because fights move very quickly. Thank you for some granite, I guess. Why do I not have Healing Breeze on me when that's going on? Let's see. There's Savant. Yeah, maybe you don't need a steering heat. Thanks. Of course, Shredder's defenses. Hmm. Yeah, please leave the Vizier alone. Are you done with that boat yet? Almost? Looks like you're almost done with this boat. I see forked sword of warning. I do see a forked sword of warning. You are correct, game. Icy is the least useful elemental sword mod for me just because I have glacial blades I can make with slash bonus. And glacial blades look cool, so... Harry, get on the boat. We must make our escape. On the boat.
On the
The pip system applies explicit limitations on what you can acceptably do with the design of damage over times and heal over times without adding literally anything positive. And damage over time specs aren't good at AoE. It just happens that Shadow Priest and Feral Druid have incredibly overpowered cleave spells that don't rely on their core mechanic. Damage over time specs are actually the best for single target when design execution is balanced correctly. I mean, that might be the way that you want stuff balanced. For damage over time to be the best single target. I personally like the way regen and degen cap in Guild Wars 1 precisely because it allows them to kind of interplay in a way that I think is personally kind of interesting, where because of that cap, areas that have high degen, for example, something like Healing Breeze becomes bad because if they're degenning you beyond the cap, then your Healing Breeze does literally nothing. I think that's really interesting as a function of the design. It also means that when you have stuff that's an overtime, such as Spirit Light weapon, that exists outside of the pip system, that it then interacts with that in a different and interesting way as well. And that's something that I personally enjoy about the Guild Wars 1 degen and regen systems. Or its pip system. But yeah, it does limit the effectiveness of degen and regen. But the thing is, I think that those systems were balanced with PvP in mind, not PvE, when they were designed. And that's part of the problem is battles occur too quickly for pressure strategies to be powerful. And enemies stack up so much that AoE, high damage AoE spells are really strong. I mean, WoW could probably like approach the issue a different way by... Oh yeah, I need to remember to add things. Like, anything that makes AoE mitigated by stuff spreading out is useful. But it's like... AoE is always really difficult to figure out how to work with in some regards because powerful AoE spells allow you to kind of end fights too easily. Add one prophecies booster. Oh, good. I didn't get a useful monk res, did I? I did not. What new stuff did I get? Blood Renewal is good. Mend Condition's nice to have on hand. I really like Vigorous Spirit. I might want to slot that on. Heal area is hot garbage. Yeah, ain't that the truth. You can only wear so many hats at a time before you become ineffectual in them. Let's see. Do I want to keep using Mend Ailments? Or do I think mend condition's a good idea? This is a tricky question because the thing that you run into is I think I think I'd rather I'm going to replace Orson with Vigorous here. Excuse me. Yeah, I like having Vigorous Spirit. Let's see. I should actually go ahead and get my monks some runes. I'm gonna rune people up a little bit here. Don't know 100% what I want to do with all of them, but be able to grab some. I don't need this much plat. But I'm gonna grab that much. Wait, oh, I'm just seeing minor critical strikes being stupid expensive. Wow, Anchorites is slowly climbing up. Okay, Divine Favor is not too terribly expensive. Grab 2 minor Divine Favor runes. A minor healing. A superior healing. And a superior protection. And then let's grab a couple minor smitings as well. Minor protection at friggin' 2.2 is ridiculous. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on in the meta that's making minor prot worth just an absolute absurd amount. Okay, Dunkoro, you need minor divine favor, minor smiting prayers, and superior healing. And then Talcora, super protection, minor healing, minor divine favor, minor smiting. Hey, Adrena Laurel, it's been a little while. Good to see you. I have no idea what's driving the monk rune prices. It is a complete mystery to me. I should probably bonus up. Yeah, I should bonus them up weapons. Yeah, that'll make them stronger. Huh? Don't see what one has to do with the other, but okay. Okay, let's... Okay. Actually, you know what? I have everything that Cost is going to wield right here. I was just hanging on to it, waiting for him to be ready. I don't need your garbage machete or your garbage tribal shield. I don't need your garbage Suntouch Scythe. You could have an Icy Soulbreaker of Enchanting now. There you go, Koss. There we go. That'll help their damage by having, you know, competent weaponry. I think I'm fine with our bars for the moment. I would like to change... Let's just go back to Shadow Theft for now. I think I want to keep the snare, probably. Okay, let's go... Let's see, you don't give a skill. It's just like 1,000 experience, isn't it? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Don't know why there's just a random quest there, but whatever. I'm cool with it. Yeah, like I don't need 3 Whiptail Devourers and 2 Miniature Quetzal Lies. Yeah, I'm probably going to spend some time clearing out duplicate minis. I'll hang on to duplicate rare and green minis, but I don't think anybody cares about white or... Do they come in blue, or is it white purple? I think they don't come in blue. I mean, white and blue are functionally identical. It's just one has mods and one doesn't, so miniatures don't have mods, so I don't... I'd really like to finish out this Dota, or this DOA run at some point. I have a monk who went through DOA with a group, but one of the people failed to actually get the quest, so we couldn't do the final Malix part together. It was kind of like just has this Malix part just waiting for people. There's so many scarabs, too many scarabs for me. Okay, why is my energy being hot garbage right now? Maybe I should rearrange stuff so I have a Lotus Strike. Oh, is Lotus Strike and... Yeah. Oh. Okay. Think about that later. I could bring Way of the Lotus. But then I'd have to drop another skill. Not sure I'm prepared to do that. Huh? I have 15 Dagger Mastery. Yeah, I need 13 crit strikes to be consistently getting 3. I mean, I occasionally get up there. I get to 15 when I Shadow Theft. And there's other ways that I can address the energy issue, though. Like, I can bring an offhand attack, Lotus Strike, to give me energy. I just don't have Lotus Strike because I think it's in a different campaign. Or it might be an Eye of the North skill that I just don't have yet. Maybe bringing a dual attune Ellie here is less. These are Zealous daggers. It's just this dagger chain's very expensive energy-wise. It's very awkward with strict breakpoints, I agree. There's just not really a good solution to that. Thanks, Dust Trap. What I really need is I need an RC. Do I have RC? Hang on. I know y'all can't see this. I'm just glancing through. No, I don't. RC would be really helpful here. I do have Life Sheath. Yeah, having support for partial energy gain is tricky, though. Yeah, I should switch Talcora over to... Presuming the AI understands Life Sheath as a condition removal spell, and that's a little bit of a question, isn't it? Regardless, I need to change Acolyte Sasuke, because Dual Attune's not going to work here. There's just too much Chillblains. Well, yeah, there has to be fractional values for the regen, technically. Or there probably is. I'm going to want to tweak bars around a bit for compensating for this environment. Friggin' hate Jade Scarabs, though. Well, that's a nice, easy pattern. $25 mana elite spell and warrior. It should be a buff that gives you continuous adrenaline regeneration. There you go. Like greater than Tuca, but not. Wary Stance, the bane of assassins. I'm not sure Wary Stance is as bad as Shield Block or whatever it is. Shield Bash. Yeah, trade all of your energy for adrenaline buffs. And you have to be wearing Radiant Armor or using like a I have the power weapon or something to be able to get enough maximum energy too. That's... I mean, obviously PvE only skill. Aggressively. How did I hit that Jagged Strike? Like, the thing is, just random insta-killing enemies is... really tricky to actually do because it tends to be sort of a fact that's just a little bit arbitrary in content. It's a bit more luck based than I like. Okay, I need a better condition solution than what I've currently got. I'm gonna need to look at what I can do in that regard. I could switch... Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna just want to spend some time working on builds. I don't think hexes are a huge concern here. I might be wrong on that. Well, I'm glad I have Talcora on Mend Ailment, though. Like, if she were on Mend Condition, she'd be completely out of energy all the time. Just cap out that energy degen. Hey, Marchena. Speaking of Shield Bash, sure. I mean, that's basically free skill. Okay. Yeah, we need to spend some time looking at my team comp here. You can talk to this guy, by the way, and he will take you to the mesa, and you can talk to the lords there, and they'll tell you where to find the missions and stuff. Swords definitely need the love. Okay, Jordan Kudaba, what'd you say? Fear Me. Do I have Fear Me already? This feels like a skill. No. Well then, yes. Fear Me is good. I like Fear Me. It is very, very nice on Assassin. Okay, let's see. I want to do some rearrangement here. Okay, so first of all, let's look at Acolyte Sasuke. Actually, do I have... No. No antidote signet. Yes. It does rather stop those things from working, doesn't it? Signet removal is not a skill I'm particularly fond of. Okay, so my only multi-condition removal skill... I have Mending Touch as well. I might want to Mending Touch Milani then. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean. Because I don't think Remove Hex is super important here. Mending Touch. I want to be careful about what sort of condition removal I'm trying to place on... as a responsibility to Talcora. I think some deny hexes is probably good. I kind of like his bar, but I think it might want to change here just because there does tend to be a lot of Chillblains. This is probably not the most effective use of his efforts. Probably. Do I want to keep Light of Deliverance? Do I have... What AoE heals do I have? AoE heals. I don't have Divine Healing or Heaven's Delight. Okay, so that definitely affects things that way. I can move Light of Deliverance onto somebody else if I want that sort of effect as well. So that's something to keep in mind. But if I were to change it, I would be changing to what? Word of Healing? Word of Healing certainly would be a strong heal. It's not my favored choice. I do really like Blessed Light, but it's too energy intensive for the AI to use without energy management support. That is beyond what I currently have. Acolyte Sasuke is the big point of needing to change things, though. Do I have... No. My preferred choice here would be Glyph of Energy. I think that's kind of the best way of being able to kind of manage energy. Second Wind should be able to work, though. So let's see about that. What monk reses do I have access to currently? I have a Restore Life currently being used by Milani. And 4 Rebirths, because of course I do. This is even common. A lot of vengeances. Vengeances is going to be especially hot garbage here. Rebirth is just not a mid-combat res, so... Felfeast is Eye of the North. Do I have Plague Sending? I do have Plague Sending. I could do... 3 copies of Martyr. I could do a Martyr Plague Sending bar type scenario. I don't think that sounds good, though. Life Sheath is an option. For additional condition removal, but... Well, he does have Smoldering Embers. Let's just go ahead and put Smoldering Embers on. I'm just going to try this setup with him and see how his energy is. The AI is a little bit suspect when it comes to actually using Second Wind, but I just can't rely on enchantments sticking around, so... On that front, I should probably drop Divine Boon here. Good old divert taxes. I like Divine Boon, but anything that's... I kind of want to not rely on maintained enchantments, as it were. Zealous Benediction is a nice big old party heal. This is one of those spots where I really, really, really wish I had some copies of Divine Healing or Heaven's Delight, but I'm not going to get any Heaven's Delight because I already went through factions and I didn't get any. I could drop her Protection Prayers and spec into Healing Prayers for Light of Deliverance. It feels like it might be a good idea. Also, Shielding Hands is maybe suboptimal in this area. It's fine. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's drop Protection Prayers a bunch so I can spec heavily into Healing Prayers. Give her Light of Deliverance because I do want the party heal. Shielding Hands is fine. Remove Hex is fine. Do I have another copy of Deny Hex? No, I just have the one. That's fine. Watchful Healing. Is Watchful Healing good? Well, good. Is this fine here? If it gets stripped, it does a heal. Otherwise, it helps mitigate some degen. I might use Watchful Healing, but I don't know that I want to do it on this character. I think... Do I want to swap over to... Mend's Condition instead of Mend Ailment? It might be reasonable here. I have one copy of each. I want to kind of... I do have some draw. Okay. I do want to kind of stay a little bit away. Let's put on Words of Comfort as well. I want to stay a little bit away from stuff that kind of... I don't know, requires too much spam. I'm going to drop these enchantments. And Words of Comfort can stay. I'm going to swap them over to Word of Healing. Just because that is an effective heal. I think then I'm going to go ahead and put Watchful Healing on him. I like that as a option, as an option there. I don't think I need Heal Party. Yeah, swords definitely feel like they need a little bit of a bump. I don't know that they need a super aggressive one. Restful Breeze. I might try Restful Breeze just to see how it works here. And maybe just slap on an Orson. Orson's not exciting, but it is a nice filler heal. I don't know, it feels like it's probably fine. I'll try things like this. Yeah, the big problem with swords is just like... Yeah. Spear can do okay stuff, but it's not stellar either. The thing with swords is just like... bleeding is just not that great. Yeah, it's a caster stick. It absolutely is. It's a physical wand. That is what a spear is. It's a physical wand that can have enchanting mods stuck on it. Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna rearrange stuff here. I'm gonna drop the shadow arts. I'm gonna go ahead and put on critical eye to help with energy management. Hmm. I don't need deadly arts. You know what? Let's go ahead and put on a weak crippling dagger. 6 seconds of cripple is fine. Okay, let's go to Skyward Reach, I guess. I don't know, it's time to do a self-desert tour. It is me, isn't that nice? These guys have a tendency to get themselves killed by hydras. You know, that's life. Yeah. Well, at least I successfully nerfed its fire magic. Oh my goodness, I just got fire spiked. I became a very good word of healing target there, is what I became. Ah. Hi, Aiden. Or, and go with me on this game, I don't have to return to join Kudabet yet. I can go up to Destiny's Gorge, which is what I'm going to do. I feel like maybe I want Exhausting Assault if I'm going to be fighting a bunch of hydras. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff out here, though, Sin. That's strange. May the gods of this place preserve you. That's kind of strange language. So many hydras. This way. I like the icy spear that you get at the end of Winds of Change reasonably well. Your diversion usage. I'm glad you've been sticking around, Mana Guy. I do appreciate it. I don't really need that riposte going on. Okay, where is... There you are. Really don't like getting my lead attack blocked. Chaos Storm, Chaos Storm. Well, I'm not fleeing from that Chaos Storm. I have aggroed a fairly large group of centaurs. Alrighty. Well, I do thank you for watching, Mana Guy. Why would you do this to me? Alrighty, sounds good. Did you see the updated schedule that I'm talking about doing in a couple weeks in the Discord, by the way? Okay, that's close to where I'm trying to go. Curious for people's feedback on that. For those who don't know, I don't know, this is a terribly awkward time to say it in the middle of the stream like this, but I'm going to be taking next week off of streaming because I just need a break. And then after that, when I come back, I'm going to do a different schedule where I'm streaming at a completely different time for shorter periods for more days. So my plan is to go from my current... Those are such weird platforms. My current 3-day a week for around 5 hours to instead doing well, that just sucked. For doing about 2 to 3 hours, 5 days a week, and I currently start my streams at 11 a.m. my time, which is the Pacific time zone. And I'm looking to try out doing streams starting at midnight, or maybe a bit before, which is going to be a lot earlier, relatively speaking, for the European viewers. But I just want to see how it fits into my life, and if it works out better, like I'm hoping it will, for a lot of different things. So. Windcaster. Aha! That is very nice. I still haven't figured out what to give you to do with them. What to give? What to do with? Channel points are a weird thing. So yeah, anyway, that's some planning that I'm doing. Try it for a week, see how it goes. If I like it, I'll keep doing it. If not, I'll change or stop with the alternate schedule. But I think it's worth giving a try too. Yeah, it's for sure. For sure. That is the truth. It's like I just don't have, like, I've thought about stuff, but I can either do things that are game specific, and at which point I need to look in the back end and see how feasible it is to make things that are game specific. Yeah, they are for larger channels. Absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to make that swap so I have a little bit more control in terms of control elements. Do I want to go get Fear Me now, or should I go ahead and do that later? I don't think... Oh, now Phipps does have a quest. Is this the one with the ring? Yeah, I feel like channel points are for large channels that have a lot of stuff going on. Okay, let's just go back here. Oh, and please give me Fear Me. Thank you. I don't think I have defensive stance yet. No, I do have defensive stance already. Okay, whatever. I'll just do this anyway. Why not? But yeah, I feel like the best use of channel points is for like those really large channels to allow people who are actually like spend a lot of time there to be able to like have their messages show up and things like that. All the way over there. A little bit of an awkward place, but whatever. Okay, that was iron ingots. I was really concerned that would be tanned hide, and I really don't need more tanned hide at the moment. Let's see, what do I even have for channel points right now? Like some random emote things. I need to remember I have an interrupt now. I don't think I want to take that teleporter. I think I want to just walk around. I think that's going to put me in another area where I have to walk around anyway. Oh, Maybe I do want to take that teleporter. Maybe it'll take me to a place where I have to walk around with fewer hydras breathing down my neck. Which would be good for my health. I feel like I maybe tuned myself a little bit too much to some of the scarabs and stuff. I panicked and I hit buttons wrong, but I did interrupt throw dirt, so that's some kind of moral victory. Do I even want to worry about doing this quest? Do I need 1,000 experience points? The thing is, the skill it gives me is a skill I already bought. So because I already have defensive stance, it's lost a lot of value because it gives. When I get a free skill, I'm effectively getting a platinum and a skill point. So that's 15,000 experience. But if it's a skill I already have, it suddenly is worth a lot less. I don't know. Fantasy has a long history of not knowing how geology works, though. Just look at Mordor. These seem embedded in rock right here. I mean, it's hard to say how much it might go under the surface. But yeah, they're not going to be thinking about the materials and the composition and how weight of things is going to shift stuff and all of that. They're just trying to make something that looks nice. Video games is the exact wrong field to get into if you're going to be worried about things being physically represented properly. I mean, you could make a game that does that, but not a high priority for most designers. I can assure you of that one. Okay, well, I got the Inferno, even if I was too late for other things. Ow. These guys make a really strong argument for that elemental stance that gives you plus 40 armor against elemental damage. Well, they're two very different disciplines that both require a lot of time and effort to get skilled with them, so thank you, Saris Yaseth. I believe if you're a Prophecies character, that's the guy who gives you the follow-up to go get your 15 attribute points, but I'm not positive on that off the top of my head. And like level design is a different skill entirely from art as well, so I guess one thing to make the textures for a level, it's another entirely to design how it all works. Let's go to Vultures. Sure. We can go to Dunes of Despair. Oh, I'm about to get myself in a bad way. Especially with larger games, you're going to have people whose job it is to like design the level, and then somebody else's job is to actually put objects into it, or at least there's going to be some blending of that. Because laying out a level and then like actually designing it to look nice are two different responsibilities a lot of the time, I think, especially on those bigger games. Because you want to spend a lot of time in gray box, making sure everything kind of fits together well. What sort of stuff are you talking about, Topat? Oh man, I love fighting desert griffins. They give me so much nostalgia for the old days of farming these guys. I'm really still saddened by the griffin farm being removed, even though it's been like 15 years. It was fairly early on that it got removed. I mean, one of the other things I'll say about Guild Wars 2 is it was clearly rushed. And kind of booted out the door. And I think that's less because they just didn't have time for the way that they're developing it and for how much of a game they were trying to make. Yeah, ambient occlusion and things like that. Which, depending upon the way you're doing things, you should be able to get that in a bake step for your light maps, light baking. As I understand it, I haven't worked with those sorts of levels of graphics, but I kind of want balanced stance. Actually, what I want is I am unstoppable. Yeah, there's going to be inconsistencies. Nope. Sometimes you can go down dunes in weird spots, but... Yeah, you should definitely see some wear and tear in areas that are high traffic. Like, we have that in our house, where there's an intersection between the hallway that most of the bedrooms and bathrooms and stuff are on, the kitchen, the top of the stairs, and the living room. And that area is especially, like, dirty, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. But yeah, like Guild Wars 2, like they had 5 years of working on that thing. 2007 to 2012. Maybe even a little bit more, depending upon when they actually got started. And how much of they had like team that was going to work on Guild Wars 2 versus working on Eye of the North. I still really wish we'd gotten our live team back in Guild Wars 1, but oh well. Let's see, I think I want to kind of come down this direction. But I feel like with Guild Wars 2, one of the things that Arena ran into, and this is speculation on my part, is that they kept trying to iterate away from things they didn't like about Guild Wars 1 instead of towards something. That's what it feels like to me. And to some extent, you're iterating towards the unknown. That's always going to be the case. But when you're trying to make sure you're avoiding stuff, the other thing too is I feel like they were trying to make the design or like power level as flat as possible, and that's just usually a recipe for problems because a flat power level is kind of an unattainable goal to some extent. And if you do make things flat, then nothing's good because nothing's bad, nothing can be good. And that comes with its own problems. I remember going through these like back tunnels, farming these guys for my first set of 15k armor, and gladiator's armor on my warrior Baratus, who is currently just standing around with a bunch of crap in his inventory that I want to sell, like elite tomes. Does anybody need elite tomes, by the way? I have some elite tomes that I want to sell off. Or if anybody wants some elite tomes for like cheap, to then try to resell in Commodon. It's a weird thing, but for me, like, capturing elites is content. So elite tomes are actually negative content for me. It's a weird, like, side effect of streaming the game. Okay, there's the front side of Dunes of Despair. Where's the other end of this teleporter? Oh, it's that teleporter all the way up there. I really should have gone over to that. I can probably walk around. Let's just go back to that teleporter. Excuse me. Don't know what that was about. It would have been nice to have seen what sort of game Guild Wars 2 could have been if they hadn't tried to make as many different games all at once as they ended up doing. Because there's the personal story that they're trying to make a BioWare level RPG with. That was their, like, what it appeared that their goal was. With the stuff that they're talking about in their manifests. And then that had a lot of issues because they're trying to do that, which is something they hadn't done before. And then they were making World versus World, which is something they hadn't done before. And then they were doing their open world, which is something they hadn't done before, with a bunch of stuff that they hadn't done before, with trying out the events and meta events and trying to make sure those work. And one of the other things, too, is that they're trying to do a lot of stuff that's fundamentally challenging how paradigms work, like how the game sort of functions at space level. And one of the problems that you run into in that is whenever you sort of defy paradigm, you have to teach people, no, you don't do it the way that you're used to doing things, you do it a different way. And that always makes things a lot more difficult to communicate to the player, and like getting the player, like teaching the player how to actually play your game is really important, because if they don't know how to play your game, they're probably not going to have fun with it. I panicked and did not hit my interrupt. So, like, that's 4 different games. And only the SPVP was, like, something they had done before, I think. Probably. But yeah, they had the small-scale PvP, the World v. World, or SPVP, or whatever the heck they called it. World v. World, personal story, open world. So much, like, different stuff that they're doing there. They really needed to have cut down some on how much they were trying to do. Okay, High Dunes of Despair. I don't think I want to do Dunes yet, though. Let's assume the Hydra Claw is going to be scales. It is. I needed a little bit more cloth, so I'm okay with salvaging those. Axes I kind of expect to not be very good to salvage because they tend to give wood a lot. I will say I admire Renet's ambition, but figuring out when you're getting overly ambitious is also important. Okay. Halden. Thank you. Let's... I can go from here over to the Arid Sea. Do I have a reason to go to the Arid Sea? I don't think so. Let's go... Well, yeah, let's just go hit up Hero's Audience. Do I have... Okay, I just have Ghostly Vengeance sitting around. That's fine then. I haven't been paying super close attention. Has Acolyte Sasuke's energy been doing okay? This is the direction that's more going to test us in terms of like the way I was trying to build the team. I don't know why I popped open friends. I just have a habit of doing that when I'm not got anything else immediately going on. Okay, I need to get out of there. Oh goodness, I need to get out of there. I wonder if there's a way I could have rolled Avatar Melandria. I might not even have Avatar Melandria actually now that I think about it. I'm just kind of sticking with Slash Warrior, but it might be better to be Slash Paragon here for Antidote Signet. Ranger would be the best, but I'm not doing Ranger on this character, so... Or Remedy Signet. Signet Remedy, whatever it is. Ah yes, I'm over here now. Ghostly Vengeance is really easy to get in Elona Reach, so that's probably the main area where I'm actually going to be getting it, but we shall see. I do have 2 copies of Words of Comfort, right? It's not just me being... improper. Yeah, okay. I thought so. Gotta work on that Ghostly Vengeance. What I really want is I want Peace and Harmony. Because Peace and Harmony is a really nice anti-gunk spell. Well, that sucked. Man. I miss the days before the Scarabs. And Kefket's Brood. I was talking about that earlier, but it remains accurate. All right. We walked right past those Marrow Scarabs. I am happy for that. Aha. Aha. Good job, Koss. You interrupted an eruption. Boy, I really need restore condition here. Okay, Lodestone. Where does this teleporter come from? Right there, probably. So I guess you could do that and then come down and have those connect. Probably useful to remember that. Good idea. Let's not fight these guys. Aftershock spam or worms? You decide. I'm sorry, Milani, you're about to have a very bad day. Okay, there's Hero's Audience. I guess I normally would go from here to Dunes, but I already went from Augury Rock to get to Dunes, so that's a little bit redundant, isn't it? I can go up to there, so let's just go that way. Oh, that's gonna suck. Well, time for my team to get absolutely curb stomped by X spam. How's my Ghostly Vengeance coming along? 7 out of 10 Minotaur slain. Cool. What was I even getting for this Shield Bash, I think? You can use Shield Bash as a secondary. You have to time it well. Yeah, well, I think part of what happened is there were so many limitations with what they could do with Guild Wars 1 that they just got overly excited about all of the new possibilities, and they tried to do everything at once. And they really needed to have not done that. And I'm not sure what things to save for later. I don't... You know what? I don't have to. Haha. The power of weapon swaps. Behold, my bow. Because, like, one of the things that happened with Guild Wars 2, like I said, there's just so friggin' many. Game modes. I think they would have been a lot better served by focusing on the open world and maybe, I don't know, as PvP or World v World or something, one of the PvP modes. Don't worry about a personal story. Or another option, which Wood and Potatoes has said, is like just don't try to release so much all at once. How is a personal story not like... It's not that any one individual thing is like too much. It's that there's too many things all together. It's like when the game first came out, they had this massive open world that they were making with this new idea of the dynamic events, or at least new for them. You can argue that if you want to, but regardless, it was a new concept for them to be trying out. And trying to figure out how to set up the design for that. I guess I want to use this teleporter. And then they had this big persistent world thing, which was something they were excited about, but which was new to them. This is in a huge world, and let's see. I think they bit off way more than they could chew between all of the different modes. Yes, it did very much so. Like, and this is because to some extent their design was reactionary. I think when it came to professional skill design, they were reacting against the stuff that had given them difficulty in the balance of Guild Wars 1. So because they were reacting to what had given them trouble in Guild Wars 1, they just made a new set of problems with Guild Wars 2. But one of the things that you can see, for example, with the very rigid skill bars in Guild Wars 2 is that in Guild Wars 1, it's very, very easy for a player to make an absolutely terrible bar. And one of the things that they saw as a consequence of that, players made the content way too difficult for themselves because they were making bad bars and then playing them badly. But 2, there was a lot of build elitism. And so it would be hard for people to get groups and everybody would be like, ping your bar and you have to do these meta bars. And there's just so much of that sort of stuff going on that it made it very, very difficult for people to be able to team up with people because of that. Because people obviously would rather not have to do content over and over again because somebody has a really terrible build. And so, like, there's a combination of those things, and then balancing the dual profession system was apparently extremely difficult for them to do. Make of that what you will. You know what? Yeah, I will stand here and enjoy Restful Breeze for a bit. I don't know how good Restful Breeze has been. Or bad, as the case may be. So, like, when you look at what happened, and then they added energy potions, and then those were absolutely game-breaking, and then they decided the solution was to just get rid of energy instead of energy potions. I don't know what that thought process was about. But they basically were like, let's try to address the difficulty of balance that we're experiencing, and, oh my goodness, so much junk. And let's try to address the build elitism and the ease for people to make terrible bars by making a really rigidly structured system. And there's some cool stuff that comes out of it. I like the weapon swapping, changing your skill bar. I think that's really cool. But yeah, like I'll agree that like Guild Wars 1's design is, I think, fantastic with the way it works, and it's just a matter of how are you actually designing and implementing your skills and what are they doing and stuff. That becomes the more relevant factor. I do not need to go over that way, so I don't think I'm going to. Hang on, do I actually want to go through there? Because I just need to get to Elona. No. I do want to go up this way. Not up there. Up this way, maybe? Yeah, there's a lot of possible combinations of Guild Wars 1. But yeah, it was very reactionary in a lot of what I remember them talking about. And certainly what you see in the design. But I don't... Like, one of the problems I had when with Guild Wars 2 is that it doesn't feel like there is a level of buildcraft that matters in that game, but it's very difficult to understand it. Like, it's not apparent in the same sort of way as it is in Guild Wars 1 to an extent. But there's a lot of hidden stuff in Guild Wars 1 as well. Yeah, okay, there's the outpost. Where do you think you're going? Too much blind spam. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that as well. Although, if you ask me, one of the bigger problems that I've had with Guild Wars 2's design is that enemies are really uninteresting to fight. Like, enemies just don't do interesting things. Yeah. Okay, stop. Stop sitting in Dust Trap. Bad for being effective. Okay, look, we don't need to fight those guys. We can just go into the Seeker's Passage. Ain't that the truth? Players will find new and creative ways of playing badly all the time. Bull Strike. Actually, Bull Strike would be really nice to have. Yes, thank you. I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. I want what's inside that rock. Okay. I need to be picking up some new kits. These ones are almost empty. Or, well, I mean, I just switched over one. You know what I mean. Okay, where is the merchants? Goddard. I got some stuff for you. But like a good example of a skill is Heal Other, which Heal Other is one of those skills where the effect is actually really useful and the skill is actually decent. Not amazing, but decent. But because of its low recharge players and heroes are inclined to spam it too much and completely run themselves out of energy. And like a lot of that is understanding energy management. Hmm. Okay, let's see. This one is easy enough to do along the way. Good scarab. Time to go for that star. I could go for fear pop-up mobs game. Just saying. My thought with Restful Breeze is that it would help people getting hit by AoE damage over time spells like drop it on somebody who's running out of a Chaos Storm. By the way, if anybody's wondering why I was thinking that might be useful. Just me in the land of infinite blinds. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want to be grinding for a reward. To me, if I'm not having fun with the core like gameplay loop, the game's probably not worth playing for me. I mean, different people are going to enjoy things different ways and have different psychologies with that because everybody's different. But if I'm not enjoying the moment-to-moment gameplay, it's not worth playing. And that's why I don't play Guild Wars 2, because I get bored with the moment-to-moment gameplay. And so it's just not worth my time. And like there's also like other things that are important in there, like challenge is what makes something feel fulfilling and rewarding. Like if something is too easy, it probably isn't going to be rewarding. It might be enjoyable in other ways, but it's probably not going to be rewarding. Take that, Vile Touch. It is nice to have... accessibility is a weirdly loaded term these days, but it is nice to have modes that enable people to focus on the part of the game that they enjoy. So if you enjoy seeing the story and making the story decisions, it's nice to be able to turn something such as Mass Effect, as you were mentioning, into basically a visual novel. For the people who would rather play it that way. Like, that's nice if the developers can do that. I don't think I played Mass Effect the way people expected to. I don't think I ever got to, like, the, like, specialized tier. My damage is really suffering right now from... Sasuke, why are you a friggin' dolt? But like, what's going to be fun for people is always going to differ. One of the big things that I want in terms of accessibility is for head bob to be something that can always be turned off. Like, be careful with your camera effects that can give people motion sickness, please. I'm pretty susceptible to that. Thank you. NPC. Okay, let's see. Elona Reach is down that way. I still have quite a ways to go to get to it. I don't remember my geography here. It's been a while since I've wandered through the desert. I also feel like the last time I was in here, I came from the south. I enjoyed Dragon Age Origins. At least before they patched out the glitch that let you extract attribute points from stuff. It's been a long time since I actually played it. Same with Mass Effect 1. But this goes back to different people enjoy different things about games. So I can absolutely see those games being ones that don't appeal to, for example, you. Like, I don't enjoy Skyrim. I've tried to get into it several times, and I just can't. Because it just leaves me without anything to grasp onto. No sense of direction or purpose or meaning. I need to have some sort of sense of objective in a game to be able to get into it. And Skyrim tries to be so open that it fails to give me that. So lots and lots of people really love Skyrim. I just don't. I just can't get into it because of that. So like that's an example of a popular game that I myself just have no ability to enjoy. It's just one of those things where like what people will enjoy in a game just differs from person to person. And so it's good that there's a lot of different games that do a lot of different things. So that way people can find something they enjoy. What is my... I feel like I'm going about navigating this space very weirdly. Elona Reach, the mission is kind of broad here. Soothing images is bad for my party. Doesn't affect me at all because I'm an assassin. It's not using adrenaline right now. That's right. That's right. It's because it's not in this map. It's in the next one. Or it's not in Salt Flats. It's in Diviner's Ascent. Yeah, well, Ubisoft kind of pioneered is the wrong word. They formalized open world stuff with their relentless march of yearly releases of Assassin's Creed games. Which I heard a lot of people really like Black Flag, and I have Black Flag, but I just never actually did much with it. I think I have it for my Wii U, of all things. But I actually kind of just lost interest to some extent in Assassin's Creed once they got rid of the through line with the present day character. I don't know why that's significant, but here we are. I really enjoyed Saints Row 4 because the movement tech in that was fun. By which I mean super speed. Having super speed was fun. And the more Middle Earth Shadow of games, I've both enjoyed those quite a lot personally. I don't know why I'm adding qualifiers to personal enjoyment, but here we are. Ward against melee is terrible for my team. Will you stop chasing us? Rockshot Devourers. It'd be fun to stream some Middle Earth Shadow of War. It'd be interesting to replay that game. I actually liked the lengthy section at the end that people complained about. Because I just enjoyed the gameplay, so having more game to play was exactly what I wanted. Yeah, it does. That was the whole point, though, of the Nemesis system. You don't spend a lot of time making Nemesis system and have it not create emergent narratives. I think I might be served by changing... Lair on Sasuke. I don't know. But this is like one of the things is like open world games are really good for being sandboxes for, I mean, sandbox games or whatever you want to call them as well for that reason. But being sandboxes for emergent narratives. And one of the things that's so weird and strange about them is that they kind of like shoehorn in. I mean, it's like Guild Wars 2, actually, going right back to that of like, why are you shoehorning in this personal story instead of just having emergent narrative? Whoops, sorry. Bumped the microphone as I was trying to go scratch my head. When you could have just had emergent narrative systems in the open world. Like, isn't that the whole point of the dynamics system, the dynamic event system, that narratives are emerging naturally in the world? Like, if that's the entire point, then why are you adding an entire personal story? It's just because, like, that should be a different game, not embedded into your MMO. And why not focus more on sort of like stuff that can be functionally the narrative in the open world? Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where like when you're playing, and like I said, I enjoyed Saints Row 4, but it's like, here's the linear narrative, and then you go stop it to go do some other random thing, and then you kind of come back, and it's just a wonky system. Let's see. Yeah, let's go turn this quest in at Seeker's Passage, and then I think I also have the one to turn in elsewhere in Augury Rock. Thank you. Did I already have bowls? Well, I don't think so, but I have it now. I'm just was expecting it to pop up the thing. Oh, I still need to get thirsty. Okay, let's go get thirsty. Thirsty River. That is. Yeah, because it didn't pop up the thing. I might have bought bowls already. I don't remember. I just am a little surprised it didn't pop up the, do you want to equip the skill now? Dialogue. So that's kind of what that confusion was about. I could do Dunes or Elona Reach first and then go do that. Yeah, you can't fight human nature and hope to win. Okay, let's just go ahead and do Dunes first, I guess. Dunes is really, really... I don't know. Dunes feels like a waste of a map. Let's see, I'm going to 4 in this game today. Just trying to wonder, like, how likely it is I'll be able to beat Prophecies. I don't know. I fundamentally don't like a lot of the stuff about the MMO genre anyway. Yeah, that's probably true. There we go. Yes, use sprint. Cancel your shield stance. I mean, I don't even know what would make for a good MMO, quite frankly, because I don't like the sort of thing that I enjoy is going to be more single player oriented. I don't like a big persistent I don't like persistent open world MMOs. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you really wanted to do an MMO well, it needs to have some amount of way of being somehow procedurally generated or have player generated content. I feel like you need one of those two because those are the only things that can scale to the scope of what you need for MMO gameplay in order to be able to keep a large number of players engaged over a long period of time. I have not played Final Fantasy XIV. I don't care for games that have subscription fees. I don't know if FF14 does or not, though. The stuff that requires me to coordinate social schedules with other people is also something I'm not super interested in. Particularly not at this phase of my life. I don't know. I guess it could work if I have a day that I'm streaming it or something. It turns out my short bow is too short of a bow to reach this one. I feel level 35 free. There, got that worm done. There's a thing you can do with the boss here I'm not going to worry about. Thank you, whoever removed my blinds. That was appreciated. My favorite version of LFR is teleport to single encounter boss fight. LFR? I'm not sure what that term stands for. Looking for a run? Probably not. Nope. I can probably shoot them with this. Sure. 1 damage. 2 damage. Ooh. Getting spicy. I'm just going to sit here blind for the next 10 seconds. Looking for raid. Ah, okay. That actually is anti-appealing to me. I have no interest in raiding. It's probably not entirely accurate. But at least it's what I understand, the concept of raiding of large player groups going after monsters is not something that's terribly exciting to me. I don't like the big world encounters in Guild Wars 2, for example. But then again, I've not really experienced or witnessed raids much, so I don't know. Like, so much of MMO design currently is based around grinding for stuff. Like, get to the point where you can... I mean, I wouldn't know. I haven't done it. Get to the point where you can just grind for a thing. I know nothing about them. I was talking about open world stuff anyway, not raids. With Guild Wars 2. I think I might change bars slightly. Oh, Sasuke's figured out how to use Second Wind, probably. But again, like, I think I'm intrinsically just not an MMO player. And the only reason why I happen to like Guild Wars 1 is because it does stuff that I enjoy. And is not as MMO-y. I don't like persistent open world stuff. I don't care about grinding for RNG drops on high-end gear. So... I don't know. Maybe I'd enjoy good rating. Whatever good rating looks like, I guess, is a rating that you enjoy, is what it really comes down to. I think I would prefer... Like, I don't play Guild Wars for the boss fights. Or, Guild Wars. I don't play Dark Souls for the boss fights, weirdly. Like, I've enjoyed some boss fights. But it's more the navigating navigating the world encounters and figuring out how to make your way through the world. Rather than conquering the bosses that draws me to Dark Souls. Which feels a little bit like a contradiction of some kind, but here we are. Interesting question. What do I think makes for an interesting boss fight? I enjoy some of the boss fights in Pokemon. I think I just want boss fights to be PvP. Kinda. As long as the PvP is good and not janky. Like, Dark Souls has a lot of very janky PvP. For a lot of different reasons. Fun, oftentimes, if you're ready for it. But janky. But I don't like the big epic boss fights. Like the boss fights like Midir, I don't enjoy that sort of boss fight. That's just hard and big. I want them to be... Nice concussion shot. See, what you're talking about doesn't sound that appealing to me, personally. Okay, well, let's just go around this. Worm the long way. There's so much territory out here, it's ridiculous. This map has no need to be this big. I'm a little concerned about the ghostly hero while we're out here, but should hopefully be okay. Well, it's proving to be okay at the moment. Yeah, we've got another worm up there. That's probably going to mostly live as long. What do we get out of this? Chitin? That was a terrible salvage. I don't need chitin. I don't know why tribal blades sometimes salvage to just taking this opportunity. So inventory management while I'm waiting for things to progress. Okay, good. Got more iron from that. You never know. Are you going to end up with iron or are you going to end up with old tan leather? Some of that stuff. At least I feel like I don't know. I don't need wood. I don't think I need chitin either. Maybe I do. Maybe I have room for chitin. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of get the general impression that we have different gaming tastes. And that's fine. That is true. Hi, Fear. Good to see you. People do like to talk in absolutes. It's true. Well, the other thing that's a real challenge is, like, for most people, their opinion is fact, because somebody's opinion is the fact of their opinion, if that makes any sort of sense. So it's difficult to kind of differentiate out the facts that lead to your opinion, which are things like personal taste and preferences and how the thing is, from like the facts themselves, because we're processing the facts through our opinions. So, for example, is it a fact that boss fights in Sekiro are not strictly choreographed? Yes. There's a lot of randomized elements, a lot of randomized decisions that the bosses make. Whether or not you like that and think that's good is a matter of opinion. But you can also talk about sort of some objective qualities of it. And so because there's a lot of objective qualities mixed in with personal preferences and biases in terms of what you actually like and enjoy, that's where you kind of get into a lot of difficulty. Like, for example, there's a nearby-ish food court that has a Chinese restaurant that is like this aggressively mediocre, but it is perfectly mediocre, and I would not want it to be better quality because I like it in the sort of like perfect mediocre state that it is. But somebody else could say, I wish this wasn't so mediocre. I wish this was better quality. And so it's like, what somebody likes and what somebody's preference is doesn't even necessarily directly correlate to like it doesn't even directly correlate to objective quality measures. So it's very difficult to discuss some of this stuff because we have such a tendency to take the objective and then our opinions on that and kind of like conflate the two a little bit. It's something that I try to be careful about, and I try to be careful about the assumptions that I'm making. But training yourself to think, to realize that you're making assumptions about what other people are thinking is also very difficult. The moment gameplay, you like the idea of random boss attacks? Yeah, and like the thing is like random boss attacks reward different things than like a strictly sequenced series of events. Like a strictly sequenced series of events rewards memorization, and it rewards identifying that that's happening and then like being able to plan, right? So it rewards a combination of like memorization and planning. But I don't like memorization and planning, so they don't appeal to me. And so I prefer something that rewards more spontaneous stuff, like being able to recognize what's going on in the moment and reaction and being able to make good reactive decisions and stuff. So it's like it's different skill sets, and people are good at different things as well, and stuff like that. So it's both have value and merit, and because they reward different things, different people are going to have different preferences for them because of like who they are as an individual. And that's what makes all this stuff so tricky. Okay, the correct answer is I do not need more chitin at the moment. Maybe I want to bank some chitin. Maybe not in that. Okay, let's go ahead and bank some chitin. Why not? I have plenty of wood, so I don't need more wood. See, and I did everything. Oh man, friggin' spirit wood planks. Like, talk about a pointless crafting material. I think I have a few here. Yeah. Spirit wood planks are only good for making a black moa and the occasions when like Nick comes along. There's like 3 things you can do with them. I think there's some fireworks that you can make with spirit wood planks during events that the NPC is around. So like the Canthan New Year. The incubator for the black moa chick quest scavenger hunt thing. And the I think there actually are a couple of summoning stones that might use them as well, now that I'm thinking about it. It was like, you would expect it to be used for like elite druid armor, but it's not. Like, it's so strange. Let's go get this is the way I want to go. Let's go get the Thirsty River on my map here. But I think there are some things that use chitin, but there's a reason why I have a full stack. That's maybe a little extreme, but I get where you're coming from. It would be... I don't think every crafting material needs to have equal use, but I think every crafting material should have some use. And as it currently is, chitin and spirit wood planks are a little bit low. Bone has some actual use with some of the consumables. I think chitin has some use. It certainly has more uses than... let's see, what is chitin actually used for? Chitin fragments. It's used in Warrior Elite Luxon Armor, Warrior Luxon Armor, Warrior Monument Armor, Ranger Elite Luxon Armor, Ranger Luxon Armor. It's used in Luxon Armor a bunch, apparently. Ranger Sun Spirit Armor, Necromancer Elite Necrotic, Crichton and Primeval Armors, Elementalist Elite Ice Forged and Ice Forged Armors, and Assassin Exotic and Elite Exotic. It's used in a Chitinous Summoning Stone. It apparently has no weapons that's being used in. Apparently they were called shells at an earlier point. Whereas Spiritwood planks... Spiritwood planks are used for Nicholas the Traveler. He's going to appear in Griffin's Mouth collecting them in 2023. The Amber Summoning Stone for making Juggernauts. The Incubator Kit, which requires 50. And Sparklers during Cantha New Year. That's it. That's all that they're used for. Bone is using a lot of Necromancer stuff. Feathers... Yeah, feathers aren't used... I don't think feathers are used in a ton of things, but they are heavily used in consumables. It's... I mean, it's the importance of what they're used in to some extent, as well as quantity. I personally don't like the consumables-based meta stuff. I don't like them in the design. Especially a game as heavily focused on skills as Guild Wars is. But they do help with managing some of that sort of stuff, I suppose. Technically. I forget the best way to go here. Oh, that's good. Stop that dust trap from being laid. Yeah. That sounds like something I seem to recall. I forget if I need to go the low road or the high road here. Oh, worm. Yeah, just because of feathers. Bye, worm. Okay, well, either way, I'm going to want to take care of the sand giants. Probably. I would rather not be getting hit by that, thanks. Apparently neither would they. Let's see, I think that leads down to the water. I don't need to go there. I don't think. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I probably need to go down over there and around. Of course, expensive is somewhat relative. Valuable maybe is a better term. Just depending upon what you have on hand. If you have all of the materials for Fish of Woe armor, it could be less expensive for you to get it, but it's a matter of like getting up to that point. Yeah, there's a lot of those like cloth type things, damask, silk, linen, that kind of feel like they're not used as much as you'd expect. I'm trying to remember how this works. Do I need to go down over there? I think I do. Yeah, I'm going to say I do and not wander all the way over. But silk is weirdly underutilized for how common it is as an alternative. Both an expert salvage or rare salvage on stuff that gives you cloth, but also like As just a standalone drop in factions in particular. Except it's actually used in some stuff. Excuse me. I don't know, I've been having a tickle in my throat today for some reason. Let's see. What is silk used in? Game, what is silk used in? It's used in a bunch of Mesmer armor. Canthan, Elite Canthan, Elite Elegance, Elite Kurzik, Elite Luxon, Elite Sunspear, Crichton, Kurzik, Luxon, Performer, Shinjay, Sunspear, and Tyrion. Some Elementalist armors, particularly Canthan ones. A couple of Ritualist armors, and a simple mask for the Ranger. Damask is not used in much. Silk is used more than Damask. And was linen. Linen's used in even less. Which is probably not terrible. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's an interesting thing to think about of like, okay, how do you balance your crafting material usage in the economy that way? Take that, Plague Touch. I think this is the... I think this guy has a shield that I like. He has a stance. Tactics shield. Crimson Carapace. Yeah, this guy. I like this guy. 2 bleached shells. Oh. I like the Crimson Carapace skin. It dies really well, too. Ranger. Thank you. Take this teleporter over to Thirsty River. Or closer. Ah. Accidentally used the wrong one. Because I did not click far enough to get to the new one. That's what, Wrath of the Lich King? That scene in Warcraft 3 where Arthas becomes the Witch King is really cool. As an aside. Never minding what you think about the event, like the cutscene, I quite enjoyed. Like that healing spring. Hello, Thirsty River. Pull this back a little bit. Feel like flinging back some. This private server lets you. I'm fairly happy with how little this microphone's picking up random movements of the thing. The thing. What a technical term. Hello, Noblecast. Welcome. Which of the heroes is my favorite? In which regard, Cass? What sort of restrictions? Do you mean from a gameplay standpoint? Do you mean from a character standpoint? I assume just the not mercenary heroes as well. Do you mean from fashion sense? It's a bit of a complicated question to parameterize down to an answer. Seared breastplate. From gameplay, that's going to be mostly dependent upon what the professions do. So, hang on, I'm just going to stick some iron in a bag. I usually will be bringing one of the monks. I don't really have a favorite from mechanics in terms of is there a hero I always take with me? I often am bringing either Dunkoro or Talcora because I usually want a monk with me. I usually will be bringing a ritualist. I frequently like to bring a paragon for move speed buffs, which is typically going to be General Morgan, just because he tends to be obtained fairly early relative to the other paragons, which is Haida and Kieran Thackeray is super late. Yeah, I mean, this character doesn't have most of the heroes yet. I will often be bringing Olias or one of the necromancers. It really depends, though. I like to change up what I'm doing gameplay-wise enough, so it's probably some of the monks are the ones. Maybe Talcora, maybe Dunkoro. It depends upon how I've kitted them out on that particular character. Do I want to do Elona Reach first or Thirsty River first? Is Extremely arbitrary. In terms of style, I like some of Zenmai's hero armors quite a bit. Some of Jorah's. Yeah. I mean, mercenary heroes, obviously. You get to have all the style with them. I'm debating whether or not I want to continue bringing this particular Sasuke. Actually, it's a good question. What what Mesmer stuff? Because I might, if I do have power return. I think I'm gonna swap out. Let's go with lava arrows. And bring power return. Because having an interrupt is very useful. Also, maybe I want... Here, let's check. I forget if I have... Okay, I do have Ellie down this way. I have incendiary bonds. I do. I want a little bit more overcast because the AI has been remarkably resilient to casting enough Breath of Fires and building stuff up for secondary or for second winds to be useful energy management. I've been feeling like I'm a little short on interrupts, so I kind of wanted to grab one. I don't know if I want to continue using Crippling Dagger or not. I could grab Leaping Mantis Sting instead. That's not ranged, but that is a quick attack. Rather than... Yeah, let's try Leaping Mantis Sting instead of that one. I don't need strength open right now either. Okay, let's go ahead and do this mission. Rockshot Devours are annoying. This one inflicts crippled if they're moving. Slightly longer recharge and requires you to be in melee range, but I do have dash, so... Don't really want to fight an army of Rockshot Devours, but here we are. Okay, good. I still need to go into this area on my Dervish and explore some of the... There's a lot of map in this first Prelude section that would be good to explore. For cartography reasons, of course. Hi, yes, you can get a bunch of your energy back by using your elite skill Acolyte, Sasuke. Have you considered that? I don't know what the AI thinks Second Wind is, but it's not great at using it, unfortunately. Even though it's actually a really powerful energy management skill that does not care about attributes. It cares a little bit. It likes energy storage because having more maximum energy makes it work better. But, strictly speaking, it does not care about attributes. Sure, you can Restful Breeze me for a long time. Restful Breeze is probably one of the more efficient healing spells in the game. Like, 20 seconds of plus 10 health regen is like 380 HP or something. There's a
Before
voice.
you can ascend and enter the rift, you must first be cleansed.
I feel so sorry for that voice actor. Like I've tried to do that voice and it hurts my throat.
Before you can enter.
Oh man. If I kept going, I'd be coughing all over the place. Oh, it's such a terrible voice to try to actually do. Do nothing but smoke cigarettes every day for 10 years to get that voice. Yeah, I gave you all the more of it I'm doing. Okay, I need to not be standing in Chaos Storm. It's bad for my energy. Ooh, got the interrupt off on Word of Healing. Excellent. Elonian chests over there. How did I refresh that to a shorter... Oh, I probably activated it with this, so it didn't fully refill the timer, because the maximum value on this timer was set to however long it lasts when I've got +4 critical strikes. Open door, please. So yeah, I have no idea how the VA managed to survive recording that voice. Okay, I can get that on the way out. Get this priest. I don't need the resurrection happening here. Good interrupt on Aegis. By whichever one of my heroes did that, because it sure as it wasn't me. Okay, and this is the point where I like to wait for the timer to get to about 1:55 or so. Because I want to not have a bunch of dudes resurrect, thanks. Also, as a complete aside that I was just reminded of when I put my hands up here and felt it, can we please have furniture upholstery not done with faux leather anymore? Like, I grant you that it looks nice for when it's first manufactured, but faux leather does not have good shelf life. It wears down, makes a huge mess as it falls apart, and just looks horrible. This is coming to pieces. Like, you can see it on the side of the chair over here. And it just crumbles and shreds into tiny little pieces that get everywhere, and it's just terrible. Okay, there's the priest. It turns out dropping the enemy's healing attributes by 4 each is very strong. I'm not looking forward to Elona Reach. That's a long mission of carrying stuff. And maybe I should bring Sprint for that one. A little bit longer lasting than Dash. I don't know if it works out better or worse, though. With no attribute investment. Not capturing anything here. This is the mission that I prefer to capture skills in because all of the bosses are present instead of it being a little bit of a crapshoot. But the only skill that I'd be capturing here on this character is Warrior's Endurance, and that's a strength skill that does not work without strength, so ain't doing that. I will capture Flourish on this character up in Mineral Springs, and that's the only thing I need to capture from there. So that'll be nice. King Kamar is pretty easily saved. You just have to come over here and take out these guys. That's the Custodians group here, so... Little Prophecy's boss is being super tanky. Ooh, 14 scales, though. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the like minute 55 again or so in order to, whoop, let's back up before I start taking on the next group, because I don't need them respawning inside on me. King Kamar is generally safe once you've cleared out that one group, though. You need to make sure you take down the priest and everything. That'll work. There we go. I was gonna say, anytime you feel like removing stuff there is good. The blind is the stuff in this case. Yeah, we'll clear things out. Ooh, good. Like seeing Aegis interrupts. Aegis is deeply frustrating to deal with. Okay, I don't want to go in until closer to 4 minutes because I don't need a respawn of, again, dudes on me when I'm inside. It takes him a while to disappear. Not like he's vanishing instantly. Alright. Eventually this timer will count to 55, and then I'll make my move. Don't worry, dude. We're about to clear it up. Dash is really huge movement speed increase. we go. Just need to clear up the rest of these Arcanists now. Good to go capture Mobius Strike. That's exactly why I want a crippling move. Let's see. Thirsty River Dunes. Okay, Elona Reach still. No, what do I might do is push towards beating prophecies and then take an interlude to do a bunch of skill capping. That seems reasonable. I do want to go up to Eye of the North fairly soonish. Just because there's a bunch of armors that I want from up there. Major Beastmaster. This is not going to be worth anything. Ooh. Improved sale value. I always like seeing improved sale value. Where is the... There it is. Might as well have my character start walking towards useful things. Salvaging stuff I expect to get iron from. If anybody's wondering how I'm deciding what to salvage, it's like, this is what I expect to get iron from. But usually I only salvage whites unless it's highly salvageable. You can salvage these Forgotten Seals. I think you get cloth for them, though, so I don't have any need for that. Not enough to salvage them, anyway. Let's see, is there anything I want to change about my bar? I don't know, this is a spot where I could absolutely see wanting to run charge, but I don't have charge on this character currently. I could go get it. From Cantha. That worthwhile enough to go do? Maybe? Yeah, this is like the chargiest mission in the game. Let's go back to Cantha and capture charge. Let's see, that's gonna be best from Unwaking Waters, I think. Murky the Reaver has it. Yeah, I'm gonna go after Sunreach Warmaker. He's right near a boss that has another elite too. He's right near Durheim Archives. What does Felhorn and Mistwarden do? Beguiling Haze. I already have Beguiling Haze, so there's no reason to bring 2 Signals of Capture here. Okay. Let's grab a Signet of Capture. I think instead of that, I do need a couple additional party members. Let's grab Datelon and Prius. Let's see. I don't think there's skill conflicts here. No, that looks like that should be fine. Okay, let's go. I don't have to worry about henchmen here anymore, which is really nice. Really nice. I feel like the Yala Hatchery boss would be a little bit easier, but I just don't have access to Yala Hatchery. So, like, getting access to Yala Hatchery would be significantly more work than going and getting this boss. So, I do eventually want to get into Luxon territory with her. I want the Luxon top. Just a regular Luxon top for her for one of the armor sets that I want to make for her. That's ways off, so. I was expecting it to open with something. did not, which is fine. Probably should have used slightly different bars for these characters here, but whatever. Yeah, like that. I was expecting it to open with Tainted Flesh. Paper fan. Paper is quite useful. I suppose I am a fan of it. Let's see here. Well, I think we're aggroing this group kind of regardless. My desire to do so or not, it would seem. This is another place actually where Charge would be. Charge removes Crippled when you use it from everybody, from basically all of your party, everybody you're affecting with it. Which is very useful in places where there's a lot of cripple happening. Which is why it's useful in Elona Reach, because A, you do a lot of running around, so speeding up movement is useful in general. And B, there's all of these, they call them traps, but they are, or splinter mines, rather. But being able to remove the cripple from that is also extremely handy, so. I do generally want to head in a more southerly direction. And towards that res shrine there. I'm probably at Troll Ungament going. It'd be nice to have a full party once we get to Dragon's Lair. What is the Gladiator's defense? I think. Okay, yeah, I'll cap Gladiator's D when we get to Dragon's Lair as well. I like Gladiator's defense more than it's actually good. I have a lot of nostalgia of using Gladiator's defense in farming builds, which is, I think, part of where that comes from. Let's just go around the north side of the lake, I think. Little Spirit Light weapon. We have a lot of additional healing from, or some additional healing from Prius, which is nice. I still wish we had a lead attack that was just basically Jagged Strike, but auto crit. That would be very, very handy. On the one hand, they're all chasing my monk. On the other hand, they're all chasing the same character, so they're all grouped up together and can thus be wiped out together. I don't know where these guys came from. They just popped up. For some reason, some of these slower to get started mobs are a little bit less annoying to me, and I'm not quite sure why. Like, wardens take a bit after spawning for their AI to kick in. I definitely think Guild Wars 1 relies too much on pop-up mobs. Excuse me. I don't know why they have quite as many as they do. Plus 53 damage on this Death Blossom. Hang on. Ooh, hit reverse the fortune. That's nice. Yeah, it's gonna make all of these dredge a lot easier to kill. Blurred vision is such a bane for assassins. His missing is just so brutal. I think these guys, yeah, they have shockwave, which is what I was trying to get away from. Ah. I keep forgetting the microphone stand is right there, so when I raise my right arm, I have a really bad tendency to punch it, which is unpleasant for me, quite frankly, because it's made out of hard materials. It also sends a jolt of shockwave through the mic stand. Hopefully it's not too loud. I do apologize for that. Both to you and to my hand. This is probably the Temple Flesh boss. Elon's getting massively wanded to death. Okay, there we go. I mean, that wasn't the best, but we got there. This has always been kind of a neat little set piece. Yeah, last 38 seconds. Definitely a bit stronger with a ton more attributes. You know, as you'd expect. There we go. Activated the Red Shrine. You can tell because it has an orb glowing in it now. Couple guardians and others. I was just looking for gardeners, so I want to target them first. Other stuff is annoying, but the gardeners really make everything else last a lot longer. By dramatically decreasing the damage that's being dealt to them. So they're kind of a higher priority target for me. Okay, that was a good interrupt. These things are nasty. Pretty sure they used to be a lot less severe. Stone spores, I mean. I think they beefed them up because they were so unsevere that they could basically be ignored. I've gone too far, haven't I? Yeah, Durham curves over here. The boss I want is over that way. Fairly sure on that. I don't know why I have a hard time finding it. I just do. I should be able to place it, though, by where I know Durham Archives is in relation to Morningvale Falls, so... Is it Durham Archives? I think so. We'll find out soon enough. I'm going to stop in there since I don't have it yet on my map. Yeah, it is Durham Archives. Party's a lot stronger than it was when I had to rely on some henchies. Especially henchy healers. Although, if I have to rely on henchy healers, I'd rather do it in the Echovald Forest than the Jade Sea. And the Jade Sea healers are just worse. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And there's a couple of reasons for it. They have slightly worse bars, but they also don't have access to a blood ritualist. Necromancer to help offset energy costs, which is very helpful, especially for hero bars that tend to use expensive healing spells, like Jamie's Gaze, which is a fine spell, I've come to the conclusion of, but it is very expensive. This making it not preferential for heroes, because heroes do not understand energy management at all. Unfortunately, I've been absolutely terrible at getting to sleep. Or getting enough sleep the past too long. Several weeks now. I've had a few good days, but I need to get some of this pressure off my back line. There's a lot of enemies in this coming up area. Oh yeah, just look at how many there are. There's the boss I want to, Sunreach Warmaker. I think we should be okay in normal mode, more or less, but in hard mode this area can be absolutely brutal. Just because of enemy density. It's hard to pull single groups here. I do not recommend coming in here with 2 melee heroes, that's for sure. Oh yeah, you go get him, Koss. You go get him. The heck happened to you, Daedalon? Part of it too is these bosses hit shockingly hard. Well, no, Daedalon has some energy at least. Now it's time to recover. It's close by, but I don't know, I need to probably just flag my heroes. Make sure Koss and Milani don't run in like, I don't know, people who don't have a sense of threat assessment. I need to pull individual groups here, so that way we don't get so badly overwhelmed. And I'm gonna go ahead and flag him over there. Hey, who just likes me shooting this spirit? Come over here. They really don't like those spirits. But the team killed to prove it. Well, look, I just want to use my Signet of Capture, please. Get charge here. Actually, this would be a time where it wouldn't be bad to get wiped suddenly. Put us right next to the outpost if I ever didn't do that, but I don't feel like trying to intentionally death warp, so just go ahead and walk back. Hey, we can walk back a little bit faster. I don't have a ton of points. I can throw a few attribute points into the tactics. There. Looks more impressive until my thing wears off, but get a 7 seconds of charge. Or nothing. Or nothing. I'm going over here because I need the outpost on my map. Okay. Get out of here, you two. It's time to go back over to LA. And then from there to Elona Reach. I have balanced stance, isn't that nice? Okay. I think I should be okay with. Let's see, I want more than that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and break down and do something like that. Bring Fear Me as well. Dash feels a little bit redundant in this sort of scenario. I still like Exhausting Assaults. Let's bring Soldier Strike. I have Fear Me. Okay, none of these are stances. Do I want balanced stance? I was wanting it earlier because of knockdowns. Not as many knockdowns here. Maybe I want defensive stance. That seems reasonable, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do something like this. Maybe I'll wish I had dash too. But this is what I'm going with. How much do I need to clear out my inventory? I'll clear it a little bit. You can salvage the Dread Horns to the Warden Horns to a decent number of bones. I'm not going to. Because I don't feel like it. I feel like I have enough bones. That's how I'm feeling. I have enough bones. Oh. Well. Okay. I'm gonna have to spend some time after the stream selling some crafting materials to the merchant, but I ain't gonna do that on stream, I don't think. Because that is a lot of boring clicking. I suppose I could run an ad break and do it, but I don't feel like it. Ad break's not a terrible thing in so much as they remove ads before. For people joining the stream, so they don't have pre-rolls, but I don't know. I want a world that doesn't run on advertising like this current one does. I dislike it being so advertising focused. I do not have a good solution to that. Because then stuff needs to basically get paid for somehow. If it's not being paid for by advertising, it gets paid for by subscription fees, typically. It's what the trade-off is usually is subscription fees or ads. These things are the things I'm talking about. They have a tendency to couple your party. They're very annoying, and I just like them. Okay, let's go ahead and pick up the Vision Crystal. I'm just gonna the bonus here is pretty easy. It's activating these, I don't know, bones that remind me of stuff from Glint's Lair. So I like to do that. Bit more rewarding to do that in hard mode because you get better rewards for the bonus in hard mode. Normal mode is just like 1,000 experience. Bonus gives you money and more experience and a skill point. So Fear Me is a weird sort of energy management for the assassin because it improves your critical hit rate. Also, because it's a adrenaline skill, it reduces the overall energy burden of your skill bar, which is nice. But improves your critical rate by plus 23% against stationary foes, which is more than Critical Eye improves it by. It does require the foes to be stationary, but most foes are stationary, so doesn't seem like a huge restriction to me. The other thing too is by giving my team speed ups, they can help them evade enemies, which is nice. I have a lot of melee attack skills, so that's going to give me a lot of adrenaline enemies. What were my monks not doing? I think Dakota was probably busy running from attack by minotaurs. And that's why he was being so unhelpful. Those things don't matter, guys. They really do not. Let's just cutscene everybody together. And here's the part up here where it makes a lot of noise. Yay! It doesn't really matter which side I do first. Let's just go this way. Why? Because I feel like I need to remember to be using charge on recharge. Or it's just not doing its job. I see Talcor died in there somewhere as well. We've got a couple of down res sigs. Fortunately, we still have Resurrect and Milani, but I really do not want Milani to die at the moment. We'll activate that priest as well. There's going to be a boss right over here. Custodian Delis, it looks like. We're going to want to take that down. Sages are the monks, I think, if I remember correctly. That's some weird navigation. Let's go and take care of these guys. Oh, you're the warrior. That's not what I would have guessed. There we go. That'll recharge those. At least get rid of everybody's crippled with charge, which is very nice. Is there just a sage? Try to help my backline run around a little bit better. It's nice to have something to boost my critical hit rate that does not cost energy. Slowly pressuring the enemy's energy, though. That's nice. Kinetic armor really does make you tanky. Excellent. Always like a well-timed interrupt. Okay, I need to go take this to the bones now. Does make more enemies spawn when you pick these up, by the way. For anybody who did not know that. Get out of here. Almost out of death penalty at this point, which is nice. One nice small piece of synergy is Koss can use Gash off of my Jagged Strike, which is handy. Grease Hemnut's bones. Boom. Go ahead and go over to the other guy's bones too. You can get him with whatever vision crystal. Sometimes these guys are immune. I don't know why. Some forgotten are fleshy and some forgotten are not. It's very, very strange. It's the sort of thing that you'd expect to be consistent, yet somehow is not. It just leaves me very perplexed. These guys do have hamstrings, so being able to get missions off that way too is also quite useful. There's the last priest's bones. There's the bonus. Now we don't have to worry about that one. Yeah, looks like that guy dropped something, probably taken by one of the heroes. I've heard that sometimes the loot can appear. Well, that's a little annoying. If charge was up, I could get rid of this cripple on everybody, but we're just gonna hobble along for the bit. In a couple of seconds, and charge. Thankfully, the priests do not actually have to get to their destination. They just have to get summoned. Which is very fortunate, because if they had to survive, I think this would be a much more difficult bonus to actually get. Or at least a much more tedious one. You'd have to clear out all the mobs of Forgotten. You know what? You guys want to be here fighting us? Sure. I'll indulge you. Okay, let's get this vision crystal back. Here you go, ghostly hero. Enjoy. Oh, the ritual is almost complete. It is true. We need one more vision crystal. And I need to not put my water on my keyboard. Not going to balance very well on my keyboard. Is the issue. Defensive stance has actually been kind of surprisingly useful here. I've been getting attacked by a decent number of foes. Okay, good. Managed to avoid getting caught by that. Heroes have an especially high tendency to get caught by it just because they're going to be following along behind. So you trigger it and it goes off and then they get hit by it. Kind of less than ideal for them. Helps if I've used a lead attack before I try to Fox Fang, isn't it? Slip past the custodian here. Try to. No, can't use sprint again because it's not recharged yet. There it is. I don't need this up. I know where I'm going. I'm going over there. Let's see. I'll need a signet of capture for Gladiator's defense. Maybe the very last one, which is annoying, but is what it is. Probably just use that instead of defensive stance. I think I'm going to try to ignore these guys. There we go. That makes me ready for Ascension, which means I'm ready to leave my party. This is an odd one. In terms of like the easy way of doing this, you know what, I can just bring Shadow Sanctuary. That'll not worry about the rest of it. See how that goes. The easy way of doing this is to use sneak attack, but I don't have sneak attack, so. The AI may or may not frenzy themselves to death. That's a little bit... I think they will use Frenzy in normal mode, but not in hard mode. The easiest way of doing this is to bring, like, Empathy or Insidious Parasite in particular. Like, if you have /Necro that you're using, Insidious Parasite will make this thing kill itself. It doesn't really matter the difficulty. Normal or hard. But, I ain't going /Necro, so I don't got that. The benefit of that. There we go. I'm just using my bar better than the doppelganger. That's all you need to do. Alright, let's put a capsig on there. I don't know that I actually need charge, although it is useful. I might leave myself as charge for the time being, because why not? I don't think I'm going to worry about trying to fight Glint, though. That's just a difficult fight tacked onto the end that I don't really have any need to do. Especially with a team that's going to be composed of this many melee fighters. Been getting some good iron from that, which is nice. Okay, costs Milani Prius. I've been using Sasuke, and I'm fine with continuing to do so. I may drop... Yeah, I may drop one of them for another... The Shriava. Because bringing another Ellie is probably better than 2 physical attackers. I think Koss is less useful than Milani. Milani has some condition removal, so let's go ahead and kick Koss for Serenia. She's using the good old Lively Was Naomi build. I typically run water on her. She's not ruined up at the moment either. I do have several good water options, so I think I am inclined to go that direction. I'll leave her with Lively Was Naomi. That's just an amusing choice of resurrect to me. Whirling Aura. I have water attunement, yeah? Yeah, I do. I kind of feel like running Mind Freeze and Maelstrom, perhaps. I saw I have Maelstrom over here. I don't... Deep Freeze is really good, but also has its issues of being very energy intensive. I'm going to go ahead and get her some runes. Hang on. Elementalist really wants its runes, so... Elementalists. I think I generally like getting Pyromancer insignia. Minor energy, fire, air, and earth, and a superior water. Okay, that all came out to a little bit of money, but not a ton. Let's go ahead and get these placed. AoE fire damage tends to be the most dangerous sort of damage. There's uses for all of the different elemental defenses, of course. But I don't have immediate need for that. Let's see, because I could also, if I wanted to, I don't have Soldier Stance, do I? I like Soldier Stance. It increases your run speed, and then further if you're under the effects of a shout or chant. But I think I'm fine with just going charge here, so we'll just do that. I could also see dash being good. The thing is, I wouldn't necessarily have another skill that I'd want to use at that point, so yeah, we'll roll with this. Okay, let's go ahead and enter the mission. Oh, I don't need to have that up. Y'all don't need to have that much of the screen real estate being taken up by that stuff. You can open the portal for me, please. Thank you. I think we should be able to beat Prophecies tomorrow. We'll get through Dragon's Lair. Ice... Probably can get through Ice Caves. Maybe Iron Mines. I'm not sure. We'll see how far we can get today. This is a spot where incoming and fallbacks healing is decidedly preferential to charge. My entire party here. Also, using increased movement speed shouts on as the player is not as good as having them on a hero, because the heroes always lag behind the player. So you can start missing heroes and then exacerbate that lag problem. That's why in part I do think it's better to put move speed buffs on heroes, and not just because you don't want to have to manage them yourself. Swirling Aura does a really nice job of countering the effects of this area. Fortunately, the skill I want to capture is at the very end of this. It would be nice. It would be nice to be able to use it throughout, but that's just not how it's going to work. So. There's always one of those big missions for capturing elites. Ugh, this zone is miserable. Your movement is slowed. Yeah, I can tell. It's amazing how much better my skills work if I actually have enemies to hit them with. Shadow Song is doing a real good job of helping keep pressure off our backline, though. Turns out, being attacked by one melee attacker in your backline that's getting hit by Shadow Song, not really a problem. Do you like Thrill of Victory? This is unblockable if you're under the effects of a Shadow Chant, so it has some nice synergy with Spar as well. I don't know why I opened that up. There's not anything I'm hoping to see with it. Just kind of make my way around these guys, and I think we should be able to do both Dragon's Lair and Ice Caves. Sorrow. Not a whole lot to do in Draknor's Forge. I might buy a few skills. Probably stand and pick up some more segments of capture. The main thing actually I could see doing is once getting to that area is just going after some elite skills and stuff. These guys really like their blind. I think Sasuke is doing a lot better since I gave him the additional overcast spells. I think it's helping him manage his energy a lot more. Which is weird to say, but it means that he's keeping overcast up better, which means second wind's able to actually work. Hey, Korangar. Good to see you. Somebody needs to put all these Christmas lights away. But they're pretty. I do like Melandra's resilience. Yeah, this is where your first elite ever. Melandra's resilience. Yeah, understandable. This is where watchful healing starts being able to kind of work. This is the problem with melee heroes. Sometimes they get ideas in their heads when they path like crazy. Yeah, Melandra's resilience is a weird one in that, like, there are some areas where it actually does a really nice job of helping. Areas where you're getting spammed by conditions, and especially areas where you're getting spammed by hexes. There's just not a whole lot of the hex spammy areas, so that kind of reduces its usefulness, unfortunately. Hey, Zebez, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you all are doing well. What was your stream going on about? How is it going? Let's see, where am I? Going this way. Or not. Or I could just not be paying attention to where I am geographically and run right into a wall. Doing a solo Iron Man run. Ooh. That sounds like a big challenge. Nothing like carrying sticks all over the place. Ah. Yeah, what profession are you using? Get out of here, Crystal Spider. Necro Ranger, okay. So at least you're able to be casting. So carrying sticks isn't as bad. Ah. Okay. Also, hello. Welcome, Somewhat Professional. Greetings. Yeah. I see. So people have done Warrior, Ranger, Elementalist, and Mesmer. I assume if you're talking about prophecies. What missions tend to be some of the harder ones for doing that? I assume you're just going for mission completion and not bonuses. I could be wrong on that. I don't actually know. When I do challenges, I prefer to do stuff that's like build limits for my team. So, like, I have this skill booster league going on right now, where it's like, here's how many here's the skills that I have access to and the number of copies that I can use across my team. Yeah, some bonuses are a lot easier to do than others. It is, but it's not the sort of build limit that interests me personally. I'm impressed by people who do it, though. But there's a lot of like technical play as well as build limitations. That come into it. It's literally impossible to do a solo run of Nightfall because some missions require you to bring heroes. Yeah, it would be. Oh, this is going to be good for Shatter Enchantment. It's like this whole... It's like they like this aspect so much that they decided they needed to make an entire mechanic based around it, and then thus we got Afflicted Soul Explosion. Yeah, Shade's done a lot of challenge stuff, from what I understand. That makes sense. You're done, Koro. You get to sit out Consulate docks. Stay on the boat. At that point, you are functionally doing it solo, even if not actually. In the strictest technical sense. But yeah, what mission do you anticipate being the most difficult to do? I feel like Ring of Fire would be pretty hard to do solo. THK. Oh, Expectation 18. Ah. That's actually would be nice just in general. Gorin has a tendency to like to get himself killed in that mission. Like THK is one of those missions that is, unfortunately at this point in time, is just super boring. I remember back in the day when it was a friggin' nightmare. And it was hard to get through THK. But I imagine solo it still has a lot of challenge, yeah. Just because you need to keep the king alive. Thunderhead Keep is THK. It's the one where you have to reclaim Thunderhead Keep from Dagonar Stonepate and then defend it against the attacking hordes. Back in the day, the attacking hordes used to be a little bit more aggressive, shall we say. Whereas these days they kind of trickle in. Which makes it, if you're a full team, it makes it very, very boring, that last part. But yeah. But when you're doing things solo, obviously, that becomes a lot more difficult because you can't kill enemies nearly as quickly. Yeah, I'd imagine Ring of Fire would be really hard. The back route, like, is full of a lot of damage, and the front route is going to be really, really hard to get through because of the air spikes and energy drain. Plus, I think the enchantment stripping that the towers do, if I remember correctly. Okay, well, that guy was successfully pulled, so I don't know. Oh. The Mesmer, or the Mersat Mesmer, or the guys aggro over here. Oh, you know what? I bet Tonikai Temple is absolutely brutal in factions. Gotcha. I see. Yeah, because there's also the Wind Rider Mesmer boss that can spawn there with Migraine. Friggin' having to capture elites from Ring of Fire and Abaddon's Mouth is really annoying. What's my energy levels? I don't know. Oh, probably because spirits take up a lot of energy when they cost 15 to place. Yeah, I feel like their idea of how stuff would work in Prophecies did not prove to be how it would. Okay, thank you, Zebas. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good sleep. I think there might be like one or two, but yeah, there's basically no shared boss spawns. It's the sort of thing that they had this idea, I think. Like, first of all, I mean, when they're making Prophecies, they don't know how the players are actually going to play, so they're just kind of going off of their instinct. One of the other things that's an issue in Prophecies is because they don't actually have elite skills appear until the Crystal Desert, there's a lot of the game without elite skills. So I think they should have introduced elite skills in Prida. But there's a lot of the game without elite skills, which means you're spending a lot of, like, you have to kind of like compress all of the elite skills into like the last few maps because of that. And that's also a bit of a conundrum or a problem or whatever sort of word you want to use there. That kind of encourages that as well. I do like the synergy between Shock and Aftershock. It makes me very happy. They figured players would be capturing skills from all classes willy-nilly rather than focusing on their primary class skills. I don't think it's just that. I think they thought players would be walking around with signets of capture a lot more than they actually did. Prophecies is perfect just like Dark Souls 1 is perfect, right? It's great, except for all of the parts that are unpolished. Yeah. But yeah, because they backloaded all of the elites, there's a lot of boss spawn stuff that way that's a bit tricksy. But I think that, yeah, I think they were just thinking that players were going to be walking around with signets of capture more. Were you holding a lively was Naomi for some random reason? what that reason would be. Hi, yes, we're just going to show you your character doesn't have her full leg. That's all. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, and they really do. Thank you for the follow, Expectation 18. I appreciate it. I might as well link my Discord while I'm thinking about it, because that just made me think about it. They did add Grunt's footprint. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Well, what I know is that what I remember hearing is that they wanted to be releasing a new campaign every 6 months. Factions took a year. And I think they were always kind of feeling rushed on it as well, because they always felt like they were behind their schedule. Nightfall took closer to a year, and then they decided they're just tired with the engine and wanted to do something new. And that's where we got Guild Wars 2 and Eye of the North. Yeah, it was with the Sorrow's Furnace like release of like, here's something in between it and Factions. I'm not quite sure if they originally intended to have it and like cut it until the thing, or what was that about? Or exactly how that came into play. I was playing early, but not at the degree where I was paying attention to that sort of thing. I started playing in early autumn 2005. Yeah, I know. None of the rest of my party got knocked down by it, which is what was weird. Okay, I want to remember to capture off this guy, because Force Gladiator's defense is the best skill I could possibly have right now. Should wait for that to wear off. I know people who have been playing it for less period of time. August 2005. Yeah, so you're a little bit before me. Around that time? I'm not exactly sure when I started. I don't have my very first character anymore. I just have my, Hi, Glint. I'm not fighting you today, thanks. Have a nice evening. I remember being really psyched for Factions coming out. The preview weekend, in particular, was really exciting and a lot of fun. I really liked preview weekend alliance battles, and I didn't like how they changed them. It always kind of disappointed me. Ah. Yeah, I like playing with a lot of different variety, and they didn't have the online shop for additional character slots yet, as I recall. So I wanted to try different professions, so I deleted that first character in order to make room for a different one. I think NF came out in 06, didn't it? I think it was Prophecies 05, Factions, and NF 06, Eye of the North 07. I don't necessarily regret having deleted my first character. I did a lore-focused playthrough with a few restrictions on it about a year ago when I started it. There's a link on my Discord, which I linked earlier. Or you can just go to my YouTube. It's in the things down below. But for that, I made a character in honor of that first character. So, an elementalist warrior named Rex Templaris. I do wish that some of the skill quests had continued, but the quests pacing in this game is very Ascalon heavy and just like early game heavy in general. That's right, I pulled out a bunch of funds for random reasons. Bartok. Is there anything that I'm wanting to pick up right now? Any tactic stuff in particular? I always like having To the Limit available. Probably don't want to use Flurry anytime soon, but... I understand why they changed away from that model, but... Yeah, I like having skills available as well. So, like, I can understand why they changed it, but I personally liked skill quests as well. It would be really nice to have a version of Guild Wars that could have a randomizer placed on what skills you got from skill quests. That would be a lot of fun, I think. But I've also become somewhat obsessed with randomizers because I think they're cool. Let's see, do I want to keep using Gladiator defense here? Or do I want to go back to charge? Yeah, I want balanced stance. Let's go charge with balanced stance here. Ultra strike. I could also grab drunken blow or desperation blow. Yeah. I was talking about, like, I think ArenaNet's thought was that people would just kind of grab Signets of Capture and just go around and capture stuff as they came across it, and but that's not how things actually kind of generally play out. Yeah, it's interesting, sort of just the different ways of which a game plays versus, like, as it matures, how people start playing it. Yeah, let's just go ahead and make my way to Ice Caves of Sorrow. Let's see. I also will want to get up to Camp Rancor and stuff at some point. I may go from Iron Mines Muldoon to Copper Hammer, though. And probably not today. I do want to get up to Mineral Springs. I'd like to capture Flourish. Flourish is really nice on Assassin. Because it allows you to recharge longer skill chains, which is nice. Get out of here, Bone Fiend. Seeking the Seer. I don't know why we have a quest all about wanting to go find the Seer, and then we completely sidestep it for Ice Caves of Sorrow, but whatever. I guess they're looking for the Seer, and they haven't found him yet. It's been a while since I've read this. Mirzad have taken Thunderhead Keep. Dallas ordered my scouts for Ganonar ahead to learn what they can, and to find the ancient text called the Seer. It said that he can fashion a set of armor capable of protecting one against Mersat magic. Looks like a tail total over I can avail, but needs time to nose. Okay, so, like, yeah, that's somewhat... We're like, we think it's more important to go rescue our friends. Probably is what's going on here. I would have known when I did the slow playthrough, because I would have read these things carefully, but that was a year ago, so... There we go. Get Iron Summit Nasher. Or we can aggro on them. That's fine too. Guess we'll just do that one. Don't know what that guy's plan was. Didn't really mean to hit balance stance there, but whatever. I'll accept it. I want balance stance because there's a lot of enemies that knock down in these areas with Giant Stomp and other random shenanigans, so... Having some anti-knockdown tech feels really nice. As an idea. I don't have I Am Unstoppable yet. I do want to pick up On Your Knees at some point. Feel like I could do some useful stuff with that. in terms of recharging things. That's what it does. It recharges your stances. Do I need to? No, I don't. Let's just enter a mission then. Wait, no, nope. I do need to do something. I need to turn in this quest to Shelby. Welcome, hero. Sent by the king himself, no less. Here's compensation for your journey. We are too few to march against the unseen masters of the White Mantle. Dwarves insist on finding some ancient spellcaster they claim is a seer. I appreciate their help, but fear this is a fool's errand. If any would help us more than some old man and his dusty spells, ice caves of sorrow indeed. Yeah, so then we do this one. Wait, should I have been grabbing a Signet of Capture for... Cleave is capable in additional areas. The challenge is just a restricted pool of skills. I've already played through factions, so I've accumulated enough skills at this point that things are generally fine. But for example, I don't have access to Divine Healing or Heaven's Delight, which I would like. I could probably change some stuff around a little bit now that I'm here. I probably don't need Restful Breeze. But the restriction plays more heavily at the beginning of, say, Nightfall than it does in other scenarios. It's not a heavy restriction, but it changes up builds some, which is fun. And then just sort of the rate at which you give stuff. If you're interested in this more, there's an explanation of the different things that you can do with the tool on that YouTube link. But there's all sorts of other challenge settings and stuff here. I'm just not using much. A codex thing. I think skill booster leagues are more interesting than codexes, personally. Template drafting, which is based on Wooden Potatoes Monster Draft. This is a lot of fun as well. But works better with a character that has more skills unlocked, so you can use... I mean, you can use whatever set of templates you want with it, but... It is not a heavy challenge, though. Especially at this point. Okay, you know what? Fine. You guys want to fight some friggin' Mersat? We'll fight Mersat. Not really what I had in mind, but sure. Whatever. Yeah, I need to change these bars up. I have these bars intentionally low in terms of their enchantment usage because of the Crystal Desert and his Chillblains spam, but I really don't need to be doing that here. And Rot Spirit, for example, would probably be a really good idea. Hey, Salty Grease. More a fact of I'm going to be taking a break from streaming next week, so I didn't feel like trying to figure out what game to play because I need a break. And it's getting that all set up. I also wanted to move this microphone, so I was spending a bunch of time figuring out where to mount that before giving up and mounting it in a less than ideal spot because it is the only spot that I had at the moment, or at the time. Hopefully I can figure out something better. And then I want to try out a different streaming schedule the week after that, so I just didn't feel like messing with any of that. Yep, it's going to be all Guild Wars today and all Guild Wars tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. And then more Divinity Original Sin on Saturday. I'm looking forward to beating Divinity Original Sin at this point. The game's been a real mixed bag. I've enjoyed many parts of it and been very frustrated with other parts. Too much crippling anguish. But yeah, so I just felt like playing Guild Wars. I probably will play a Pantheon next, I think, for the other slot, but that's going to be a little bit more complicated. Or spread out when I change things, so. Alrighty. Well, thank you for watching Expectations. Take care. Thank you. I'll probably be wrapping up at the end of this mission, if I had to guess. Well, these guys are getting wrecked by stuff. That's nice. Working on a character guide. You learn a lot from trying to put stuff in a way for other people to learn. Teaching is the great teacher. It's a secret. It's that teaching is like having to teach something is one of the best ways to learn. Because you have to like know your material so much better. Oh yeah, I need to pull the lever. Derp. Because it turns out, like, knowing something and being able to explain it are not the same thing. So getting to the point where you can actually explain it requires so much better understanding. Yeah. And the thing, too, like, if there's multiple ways of, like, explaining stuff, you need to be able to vary it up, and there's just a lot going on. Yeah, I don't know. I do eventually want to capture Cleave, but I do think I will be okay with not having done it here. I accidentally hit L when I meant to bring that up so I could close it. You know what? Wild Blow would be really nice against these Seekers. So Drider's defenses. Yeah, I do want to make sure I'm changing up builds for Iron Mines. They definitely need to be compensating for different things. I did some math tutoring before the pandemic, and being able to explain that required me to understand math a lot better. Ah, okay. Gotcha. This prevents you from being crit, right? Okay. Not exactly. Prevents the crit damage formula part. I wonder if I should try to do the bonus here. With all heroes, heroes are pre-infused, I think, so I might be able to do it with all heroes. That would save me a trip if I want for having the bonus. Yeah, making a guide that stays relevant when that sort of thing's happening is difficult. Yeah, I get you. Let's see. Let's just keep going around here for the moment. I want to see about talking to the guy so I can do the bonus. Hmm. That makes sense. This part's so tedious. This bonus is just requires so much annoying back and forth. Because you need so many friggin' explosives, so you're just running back and forth, grabbing them. These guys apply Spectral Agony on crit. I'm pretty sure I'm just dead if I get Spectral Agony right now. I think it's on crit. The rest of my team doesn't care about it, but I certainly do. If I had Prot Spirit, then I could survive Spectral Agony, but I'm pretty sure 30 degen and losing 100 HP every turn is just going to kill you real fast. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, if you have a couple of real people, then you can bring the explosives here, and it's less annoying, tedious back and forth. So you can have 2 other people to bring them. But, and like, explosives are especially terrible to have to deal with as a physical attacker because you can't just drop them, because as soon as you drop them, they go off. So you can't juggle them. Yeah, exactly. You can't do anything until you drop it, and when you drop it, it goes off, so you can't pick it back up. So you have to like take it to this destination. This is a little bit better as a caster when you can carry one of them in instead of having to make 2 trips. You can make 2 additional trips. You can just make 1 additional trip. This is going to be a little bit slow, but I'd rather just get the bonus done with and not need to worry about it. We'll get there. It'll just take a little bit. Okay, sounds good. Take care, Salty Grease. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. All right. Explosives around 1. Or 2, depending upon how you're counting them. Okay, and there's literally no more enemies between me and Mornak. Time for the next round of explosives to open his cell. Yay. There's not a whole lot to say about this. It's just running back and forth, picking up explosives. Shouting charge every now and then to speed the process up. Sighing when Parias gets left behind. Because he stops to drop spirits of life like that. There's some like small AI things. If Spirit of Life and Spirit of Preservation didn't get dropped unless you were actually in combat, for example, that would be really nice. And I don't know why they specifically get dropped all the time. Maybe it's something for enemy AI and it just happens to be part of the player AI too. I'm not, or the hero allies AI, I guess I'll go with. Henchmen and heroes. I think henchmen should probably do it. I'm not sure how many henchmen have life. So that would be the main complicating factor there. Probably should have saved this for after triggering the Mersat to run off. You struggle to play with heroes now? So used to doing stuff solo, eh? Not looking forward to THK tomorrow. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I should have freed him after triggering the Mersat to leave their cave, so that way something productive was happening while I was doing things. Oh well, doesn't matter. Decisions were made. They must be lived with. That is how it works. Like the decision to use this team comp instead of a different one that would make more sense to this, like, enemy group composition. Get this out of here. I don't need this map right now. Go get him, Milani. I've got a Psychopants on me. I know they're called Psychophants, but it's funner to call them Psychopants. Yeah, well, if you've kind of, like, accomplished your goals, I don't know. Probably have a Gwam already, right? God walking amongst mere mortals and all that good stuff. I just keep making characters because I enjoyed the gameplay enough, and I get an idea for what the character should be in my head, and then I have to work on them. So, like, this is my third assassin. Because I had an idea for what I wanted to do with her and for her to be, and I'm executing on that. And I find skill booster leagues to be a fun way to play through the game these days, so I've been doing that too. Adds a bit of a variety to the playthroughs, you know? You had a bad time with a chest. Okay, this is another spot where you need multiple explosives. I like to blow up the exit first, so that way I'm not having to run back here later. For some reason, that does not gain attention, but opening their cell does. Don't know why. It's just kind of how it works. Okay, Sadrona Venia, prepare to be exploded out of your cell. And Sadra's dead because she dies in a cutscene. Take my bow. I won't need it where I'm going. It would have been really cool if there was a green called Sadra's bow that you could somehow get. Okay. This is the part of like what I'm talking about. Like you go forward and it triggers these Mersat who move at 0.0001 miles per hour. And they will slowly creep out of here. And while they were doing that is when I should have been freeing Voronak, because I need to go talk to Hamdor behind all of those Mersat. I think there are actually quite a few. From War and Kryta, you can get Alari's Double Blades. You can get... Yeah, I assumed you meant friendly NPC. First Watch Sergio's Axe. There's a couple of White Mantle greens in there as well, but there's a number that are named after friendly NPCs. There's not many, I will grant you. There are not many. Let's see. Medal of Honor. That should be able to get me to a wiki link. That's not really... It's a medal, not metal. What a subtle difference. Yeah, Graham gives us uniques. So... Oh, he's the... Okay. Isaiah's Balance, that's named after a villain. Terima's Torch is named after a villain. Levis's Love is named after a villain. Bauer's Intimidation is named after a villain. Bartholos's Bulwark and Bartholos's Shining Blade are named after Bartholos. Alari's Double Blades is named after Alari. Snakebite's Fang, which is a sword, is named after Snakebite. Axe of the First Watch is named after First Watch Sergio. I don't know about the Spectral Wand. Langmar's Defender is named after Captain Langmar. Lucent the Spectral. Oh, okay, that's off of Mersat then. Yeah, it's definitely not something that happens very often. It would have been really cool to do with Sadra's bow there, but obviously greens came out after, so you know, just kind of how it goes. It would have actually been kind of neat if more of the end game greens. I guess there's all of the Draknar ones from Eye of the North that are named after Draknar, who's technically a friendly NPC. You want to get technical about it? Yeah, I found your missing scout. Oh yeah, here's a Mersat portal, by the way, just, you know, chilling. Because it's like Draknar's Reaper, Draknar's blah blah blah. What I wish with greens is I wish greens had unique mods and not just like perfects of stuff that you could otherwise make. So like I wish because I don't know if you've seen some of the random rewards like from Prophecy's weapons where it's like, oh yeah, this weapon is a bow that's poisonous with reduces poison duration 20%. It's one that you get going to the wilds. I wish those sorts of things had been things that greens did. How did anything over here survive the Mersat? Usually the Mersat kill everything. Oh my goodness, they're so slow. Somebody has market protection on them. I can understand wishing they didn't have some of that stuff because of the way it affects gear, but I don't know. I like endgame greens making it a reliable way of getting yourself geared up with solid equipment, personally. And I like greens as a thing that boss enemies can drop because that makes things a little bit more interesting as well, in my opinion. Yeah, this is where I kind of wish I had brought a Signiff Capture so I could get cleave off of this guy. But cleave is just so accessible, it doesn't really matter that much. Inscriptions are likewise. What I wish we had is I frankly wish... yeah, I guess. It's exciting to get 1550 on an uninscribed, but it still kind of is. I wish there was a weapon mods trader so we could trade weapon mods more easily. Like, to me, it's not interesting, the process of, like, getting my weapons up to spec and acquiring the parts that I need. So I kind of wish that was a little bit easier to do in terms of, like, interacting with the player economy and whatnot. Everybody's going to have different preferences that they want for that sort of stuff, though. So I can understand somebody who enjoys the excitement of getting a really good piece of loot. It still is kind of exciting to get a 15/50 inscription, though, because then you can use it. What, 15/50? I have no idea what it is on the player economy. The player economy for mods is weird. And I don't interact with the player economy particularly much. Turns out the Mersat get bombarded to death. That's fun. I don't have the patience for it. I have some wands I need to sell and stuff. I have a bunch of elite tomes to sell as well. Yeah, the auction house type features. I mean, there's something that you lose when you lose auction house, or when you lose the sort of I don't know what you want to call it, but the player, just the direct player to player stuff in favor of auction houses, and like it's way more convenient, but you do lose sort of the player to player trades. You do lose sort of the I don't know, it's hard to find the right term for it, but that there's something kind of special about having to like find stuff, and like it's shopping at like a garage sale, like, and it's a lot less personal, yeah. But I personally would prefer the convenience. I've found that I'm not really an MMO player. I don't really care for like the MMO aspects and the player run stuff. What I like is I happen to just like Guild Wars a lot because I like the mechanics of the gameplay and everything. And I found that I actually don't really like a lot of the trappings of like Guild Wars 2, for example. I find its combat boring, but there's a lot of other systems I don't like with it. I don't like the persistent open world. I don't like the crafting system. I don't like the consumable buffs and whatnot. So there's a lot of those things where it's just like, oh, maybe I'm not actually into MMOs. I'm just into Guild Wars 1 because of what it does. Anyway, that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. I will be back with more Guild Wars tomorrow. You can always check the schedule down below to see what that looks like. Although that schedule is going to be changing fairly soon. You hate to stream for an hour. Yeah, so you can follow to get notified when I go live. And Discord is the best place to go to get updated on what's going on and all of that. Or if you're really adventurous, my Patreon, I guess. Yeah, any other things I need to say? I feel like I've said all of the things. So I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up here. Thank you all very much for watching. Until next time, everyone. Take care and goodbye.